All right, scatter, scatter, scatter. Good morning. Why is there a washed copy pasta before we've even done the thing? How is that? How is that? How is that a thing? You know. Bauer Maggot, thank you for the 13 months. Why is 13 the best number? Oh, because 13 is in your name. I see it. Okay, well, all right. Thank you. Welcome back. 13 months is a long time. Anyways, appreciate the support. Also, Cyrus, thank you for the 7 months. Actually, no, Cyrus, I take it back because I just saw you spam the washed copy pasta as well. So actually ignore what I just said. No, I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. Dread guy, thank you for the 4. All right, how's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? I have a quick question. Busy building Runick, but then I had a thought. Runick Cash. What's the problem if you replace Arise with the Runick monsters? I've heard of Runick Cash Tira in the past. It never really, the concept never really made sense to me, but I guess it's been working for some people. So, you know, if you think it's good, try it. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm a little bummed out because I told you at the end of the stream yesterday, I wanted to get a haircut, and then I went to, I took the bus, went into the city, and the thing was closed already because I thought it was open until 7, but it was only open until 6. So I have to go back on Friday or some shit and go do it, but it's fine. All right. Crafting fenders and fountain soon. You know, that's the thing. We're gonna play the TCG thing in Master Duel later, but I don't want to craft ultra rares for it. So currently I'm planning to play some dragons because that deck is almost the same in the TCG as it is in Master Duel in the terms of the ban list. Like it's like what, a third quick launch? That's about it. You can play tier. You can, and I would like to, but it needs 2 more Pearl Rhinos, and those are ultras, and that's kind of annoying. White baby dragon? Well, yeah, but I kept my white baby dragon because I have a royal, right? So I kept it. I kept that one anyway, so I have it. That's why I was thinking. Lab is almost the same. Lab also works. Lab also works. Yeah. But well, I mean, we'll see later. We'll talk about it in a second. Gimme Q, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for starting a hype train that early on. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah. Let us simply do the warm-up that is not going to be washed today. It's not going to be washed today. Surely. Craft the second fountain. It's worth it. And then play what? Like Runick Naturia, we only have 1 tree. Runick Sprite, we still don't have Elf because it's TCG. Runick Bystial, I suppose. Runick Furhire. But the thing is, I also need, for Runick Furhire, I need to make like multiple of the Sprite cards because the Sprite cards are all so heavily limited or semi-limited in Master Duel that like you won't get like, I'd have to make like a 3rd blue and everything. So it's actually, we'll talk about it in a little bit when we log into Master Duel. We'll do it, but I'll think about it. I have Dragon Link already built, so that won't take much time, and then we can think about if there's other stuff that we can do. Okay, let's do this first. That is Draconet. Draconet, I think. Yes. This looks familiar. Does it? No, it's Harpies. Rest? What do you mean rest? Harpies Feather Rest? That one. Okay. I would not have known that. HZKO bailed me out. This looks like Gen X stuff. I've seen this. This is the this is final gesture. Yes. This is a, I'm not even sure if it's a Mecha Phantom Beast, but it is a Stealth Ray. Yeah. It is a Mecha Phantom Beast. This is a very old card. Yeah, is this Nekogal? No. Kanan? No. This is not Kanan. I don't think. Oh, it is. Okay, never mind. I lied. I mistook it for a different card. That's Dinomorphia. Is that Frenzy or Domain? God damn it, it's Domain. Huh? Final Fusion? Really? I could have sworn that was Dinomorphia, Frenzy, or Domain. It looks kind of similar though, doesn't it? This is something Hime. It's a spirit monster. Otohime? That one, yeah. That might be Yamimakai. Please be Yamimakai. Yep. The color screams Subterror to me. Subterror Behemoth. Umastrix? Yep. This is Denglong. Okay. Here, is this Senate Switch? Yep. I don't know what that's called. I have not seen that before. Malefic Tune. This, on the other hand, feels familiar. I'm not sure. Iron Core. I don't know what it's called. Is this Kokimiru? Oh, it is. Specimen Lab. Okay, well. There's a lot going on this card. This is not Folgo. What is that? Rise Bell. Okay. We haven't cast the card in like a solid minute. That'd be a good idea to maybe do that. Is this Backjack? I never realized it had that much yellow on it, but it's Backjack. Oh, that's Noble Arms Gwen. Whatever. Gwen something. Is this just called Red Ogre? No. Oh, Abaki, that's right. This is Hoplimus. Yep. Dinomicious. It's definitely Doomlord, but I'm not sure if it's Doomlord the card. It's on another card. Mirage. Destiny Mirage. Yep. This looks familiar. This guy? No. Spirit. Which one though? I can't quite tell. What is that? I feel like I've seen it. Spirit's Invitation. Oh, it's not a monster. I was trying to figure out which monster it was. Okay. Oh, this is like Destruct. No, it's not Destruct Potion, I don't think. Stim Pack. Yeah, that's the one. That is Demise. I think that's the OG. Yep. This one I don't know. No way. This is like a Cybers dude. I'm pretty sure, like a level 5 or level 6. Some driver. This one. Yeah. That is Bau. That's Ready Fusion? Not Instant Fusion. Yep. Is that... It's not Ballard Dock, is it? No. Oh, that's a Subterror. Whichever, I don't know, Spileogeist. Oh, this is like something soul. This has soul in it. Relay soul. This is like Cleave. This is a Link, a World Legacy Link 2 or Link 3 or some shit like that. World Gears? World Gears, yeah. This I don't think this is like, oh no, I don't know the name of this card. I don't know the name of this card. Obliterate. Oh, that makes sense. Yep. Is this the one where they roll dice? Yeah. What is this? Dice try? Dice it? Ante? No, Ante is the one where they hold the card, no? That's not Ante. Or Ante, whatever you call it. No, it's dice reroll. God damn it. Okay. Is that Shadol? It looks like Shadol. Genius. Okay. Oh, it's the guy from the Christmas thingy. Oh! Oni... Is it Onikuji? No. Gift exchange? Okay, then I don't know. That's the only two names I know of these cards. It's not the one that's in Master Duel right now. It's Mame Maki. God damn it. Oh, is that Vera? No. Iris. Earth Mother. Oh. Oh, it's just Kagari. Just Kagari. Oh, that's Evil Eye. I don't know the names of those cards very well. Unleashed. Oh, is that the broken custom spell that they got? I think it is. Is that a Drytron or an Earth's Arctic kind of thing? Fafnir? Drytron. Isn't that the field spell? That does not look like a field spell. I guess you're right. Oh, that's the Red Eyes. Is that the Red Eyes Gemini? Dude, I don't know the names. There's like too many. There's so many. I'm losing. Okay, I'm just guessing Retro. It's not the one. I'm pretty sure it's a Red Eyes, but Black Meteor Black Comet. Okay, I didn't have a chance to begin with because it wasn't called Red Eyes. That's unfortunate. We lost like 30 seconds on that. That's not great. That's Divine Wrath. That's a Noble Knight. Oliver? Roland? Wait, it's a Warrock? I could have sworn that was an Infernoble. Okay, never mind. Never mind me. Oh, I know this one. It's a very old insect. Howling. That's Howling Insect, yeah. Ooh, what do we have here? Storm Dragon's Return? No. I thought that was it. This is the card I'm thinking of, though. Dragon Roar? No. It's called Dragon Roar. Dragon Carnation. Okay. Well. This is Flamvel Archer. Dude, that's Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. Don't know that one. Axelite. Oh god. Is this... It's not Fushio Richie, is it? No. Immortal of Thunder? Oh, is this the like the predecessor of Ascended of Thunder? It also is something like when it's summoned, you gain life points, and when it dies, you take way more than that, or something like that. Pretty sure that's the one. Don't know what that is. Ah, that's the Deep Sea Synchro. Yeah, right. That's the Chrysalis Pantail? Yep. Oh, this is... I know this one. Vijud. Yep. This one. Very old. Blue Duston. And we have Emerald Tortoise, the new one though, but I don't have time to type it. You know what? 750 isn't that bad, but at this point, I will accept the washed allegations because the first half of this run was really good. We were at 500 halfway through, and then the second half was actually pretty bad. The first half was really good. That's why the score overall is average, but the second half wasn't great. I paid attention. In the beginning, we had like 500 points. We had 500 points in the first half, so we were on pace for 1,000. We were on pace for 1,000. Well, okay. Froggery Park, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate the long time support. Thank you so much. What's the max score possible? I mean, I don't know what the max score possible would be. It depends how fast you can type. But if you theoretically guess every card on the first frame, you could get pretty high. HZKO in chat has probably done like 2,000 at some point. So we'll see. My best was What was the best we ever had? Was it 1200? But that was an insane round as well. 1200 was like crazy. Okay. All right. Quickly do this one. It's working again. Rongo Mini ad is my guess. And we are looking at, wait, a level 4 dark monster that has an effect, is not a warrior, not an exceed, lower than 1500 attack, lower than 1500 defense, but newer than 2015. So it's a small level 4. Try down. Downer does not work. Gearsu does not work. Less than 1500 attack, chat. Alistair has more defense. Wait, same card? What is wrong with the site? I deleted the... Okay, so... Context. 2 days ago, this was the card of the card of the day, right? Yesterday, I logged onto the site and it still was this card. And it immediately popped up when I entered the site. It was like, okay, you already guessed the card of today. Come back tomorrow, right? And so I was like, okay. Right? And today I opened it up again. And so I thought maybe it's an issue with like the site's cache or something like that. So I deleted the cache for the site. And I reloaded it. And then I thought it was fixed because, you know, but then it's just the same card. All right. Well, I guess we'll do an endless challenge. Let's do an endless challenge then. So it's not an issue on my side then, right? Is it the same for everyone? Is it just the same card for everyone these days on this thing? Like, is it just bugged or something? It's the site? Okay. All right. Instead, we're just you can just do a random one, so it's not actually a big deal. You can just do a random one on the site. So the card we're looking at is an effect monster newer than 2015. High defense, high attack, more than 1500 each. Not a warrior, not an exceed. Higher than level 4, not a dark. So let's try like a big earth monster. What's a big earth monster? Let's try a Fenrir. Let's throw a Fenrir at it. And it's a level 7 earth monster. Not a psychic though. High attack, low defense. Older than 2022. Do Infinitrax have level 7s? It's not Pankratops because Pankratops has 0 defense, chat. Pankratops has 0 defense. It could be maybe one of these guys. I know Fortress is a level 7, but that's obviously too old. Did they get any other level 7s? No. Vernusylph? I'm pretty sure Vernusylph is 2022, no? Vernusylph was Power of the Elements. And it's level 8 anyways. Baboon? Well, Baboon is older than 2015. Baboon is like 2009 or something. Even old. 2007, I think, is what Baboon is. Yeah, 2007. Ancient Warrior? I thought Ancient Warriors were wind, mostly. Yeah, they don't have a single earth monster. They got some fires, waters, and darks, apparently, but no earths. What about Warrocks? Warrocks have any level 7? They do, but the defense doesn't fit. The defense is too high. A Subterror. Ooh, Subterror Behemoth. That's not a bad guess. What are we looking at? Lower than 2400 defense. Level 7. Nope. Nope. The only level 7 Subterror is Umastrix, and that doesn't fit. Let's try to narrow down the year a little bit. Crawler. Let's try to narrow down the year a little bit. Let's shoot like somewhere. Okay, we know it's between 2015 and 2022. So let's try to shoot for like 2018. Let's test a 2018 card. It doesn't have to fit every criteria, but let's try like 20. What's 2018? Spiral. is 2017. I guess that works. Let's take something that narrows down the defense. Nothing does narrow down. Let's narrow down the attack then. Sleeper. Okay. It is newer than 2017. So it's 18, 19, 20, or 21. It's less than 2800 attack. More than... Okay, that we already knew that. And it's not a fiend either. Maybe it's a Dragon Maid. Wait, Dragon Maid have Earths. Oh, it was Dragon Maid Ernest. Okay. Yeah. No, good guess. Good guess. For some reason, when I'm thinking of Dragon Maids, I'm not thinking Earth. I'm thinking like Darks. And some of the more weird attributes for dragons, like water, or they have like water, wind, fire, right? Do they have every attribute? They have every attribute, right? Okay. It couldn't be the kaiju because the Earth kaiju is exactly 2400. Otherwise, that would have been a good guess as well. But it's not. It was not that. All right. Okay. Made is GG. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. Also, why did you say that? I don't know why you said that. Okay, but all right. Okay, before we hop into anything, I just saw something. I haven't watched it yet, but during the warm up, I saw that there was this thing on. What does this mean? What is this? I'm scared to click it. What did I say? When my girl asks why I haven't texted her back all weekend, and this says like over 30,000 views. What did I do? It's called playing Yu-Gi-Oh, which is, it's kind of a new thing, you know? You should try it. Oh, okay. That's funny. That is funny. Okay, it's not, okay, it's not, okay. That is funny. Okay, good. Saved. Not cancelled. Okay. With the warm-up out of the way, welcome to the stream, everybody. Today is going to be a little bit of a chill one because we don't have that much to do. So I thought we would do some catch up on some of the things that I have not, that I haven't, done yet. We have some React content later today. We are going to, we still haven't done the 2013 TCG recap. We're going to do that today. We have some other stuff. We still have a Ruxin Guess the Price. We have a Ruxin Guess the Price. And then we're also, I think first things first, actually. I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to hop into Master Duel and play a little bit of the TCG event. Because I've said yesterday that I wanted to, like, I like the idea of the event, but the execution is kind of flawed because it's only for 3 days, right? The entire thing is only for 3 days, and you only get like one pack for playing it. And the problem, obviously, with it being TCG Banlist now is that you technically need cards to you need to craft cards that you can only use in that specific format, and you would not be able to play them in any other format, right? So I said the execution was a little flawed, right? They need to give me more reason to craft those cards than just, hey, you can play the TCG for legitimately 3 days, right? But still, I felt like I still wanted to play it because I still think it's the right way to go about it is to show interest in the format, right? Because I personally think that the main takeaway from this, even if it's not, which banlist is better, TCG, Master Duel, OCG, whichever, it doesn't really matter. The main takeaway is Maxi is banned in this event, and that's a good thing. So I want to show at least some interest in the event, right? And so we're just gonna dabble around a little bit, play a couple games, see if it's fun. We don't have to go try-hard mode and build the best possible deck by spending a billion gems on it. That's not something we have to do. We can just play something that doesn't require that much crafting, So one thing that I thought of earlier is one deck that actually doesn't need that much change as opposed to the Master Duel banlist, and that's... hold up, where's the event? Here. And that's Dragons. Because dragons actually, the only thing I had to craft to make the dragon deck was another quick launch. That was all I needed. That was legitimately all I needed. Keithy, thank you for the Prime. And Zoradas Raupi, thank you for the 7 months. What do you think about Fenrir and Earthbound Runick? You can play it. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. My problem with Fenrir and Runick decks in general is that if you resolve Fountain, it's a good opening hand draw, but it plays into Droll. That's number one. And the second thing is drawing it with Fountain is one of the worst things that can happen. So that's my issue with it, but it's fine, right? So one thing we can do is we can play dragons, because I already have all the cards for it, and the deck is also pretty good in this format, I think. So that's going to be something we can dabble around with. The other thing we can do is we can finally play full power Runick again. The problem with that is I would have to craft a second Fountain and a third tip, which is 2 more ultra rares. Which it annoys me. It annoys me that I would have to do that for this event. Let's say it like that. So okay, let's just jump in, see if it's fun or not. We don't have to full commit to it because I have some other content lined up for the rest of the day. So yeah. Lab, you can play lab. Yeah, you can play lab. All right, that's a banger of a hand, if I may say so myself. I crafted a royal tip, so at least it wasn't too neg. Wait, what you're saying is you crafted a third tip specifically for this event and it turned out royal? You got rewarded like that? That's crazy. Maybe I should do it too. That's probably Labyrinth, right? Please be Labyrinth. I swear to God, if you are a stun Andy who's playing the TCG Banlist just so you can play like Card of Demise again, I'm calling the police. Since I already have a baby dragon, I'm kind of digging sending Serenir or Lubellion away. Like, if I send Lubellion away, I could grab Levianir. If I send Serenir away... Well, I already have Magna and Lubellion, but... I kind of don't need to... Do I play Chaos Angel in this? I hope I do. I do. Like... Let's go Seyfert... Send Lubellion. See if it works. If it gets impermed, that's fine too. I don't really care that much, but having Levy as backup seems good here. Okay. That worked. That worked. Now let's try and grab the boot sector first. Just less commitment first. Let's do that. You're a stun Andy, aren't you? You're definitely just a stun Andy. Oh god, no. That's not what I wanted from this event. I'll be completely honest with you. That is not what I... Do I have a way to outplay skill drain in this deck? I have access code, but going for that would be a huge investment. I can just try and punch them with a lot of Bystials. That seems at least somewhat reasonable. I have Seals. I can end on Seals later. I'll just see if I can punch them real hard. I'm doing it this way because the Serenir gives me a lot of stuff in the graveyard. Or the other Bystials. We can try the OTK, and if it doesn't work, we still have the access code line in main phase 2. So that's why I'm doing it this way. So it would be game with Collar Serpent, banishing Lubellion, and Magnamut. No, Druis Worm would be better because it's negated anyways, right? This would be game. So we just see if it works out. We just prage. What's the point of access code under skill drain? Access code is a cost. Oh god damn it! And you can it can banish itself. So it's that's the deck you play. That's not even close to what we actually play in the TCG. You are misrepresenting. Okay. And you send away my Druis Worm. I guess you'll get a card draw out of it. Sure. Dude, my Bystials go hard in this matchup. I should have Magnat immediately because it's not a quick effect anymore, so I'm doing less damage now. Well, it wouldn't have been game anyways, but I still should have done it. Hua Kiro. Well, yeah. I still didn't do it. I could have done it again. Do I access code get rid of the skill drain now while I can? Because I could. If I go Pisty, I go Pisty. Save for the Lord. Well, I'm still gonna banish the Lord, obviously. Am I gonna have 3 darks in the grave to go for Levianeer after? To take one of the cards in their hand away as well? Because I'm thinking I could go... I have 2 options. I need one more monster. I need one more monster to go for... access code. Which means... I either summon my Magna here or my Levianeer. I could even summon both and then use Lubellion after, but I think it's best to save the Magna for after the fact. Hold up, so I want more... I don't want to banish my Seyfert, so I want to go with this. Can I... Levianeer? If I make Unicorn... Hold up. Or Triple Burst. Make Triple Burst. Special this by banishing 2 lights, 1 dark. This. Don't use the effect. Make access. Activate access code. Destroy this. Activate Seyfert. Get back Levy. Special Levy. Have exactly 3 darks. Shuffle back one in hand. Magna, the Lord. Not under skill drain. So the Magna works. And we still have seals. That's reasonable. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Get out of my trading card game. Get out of my trading card game. More stun? Not more, not more. One is enough. One is enough. If this was Master Duel, what I would be saying right now is, oh, I hope we don't get Max Seed. Is what I would be saying right now. Could have gotten Drolled there. That would also have hurt. That's the thing. No matter which format you play, there's always cards that are gonna mess you up, right? It's just, it's still. I mean, okay, well, I can't Maxi to keep it in check. Baby rage. Dude. What is the difference between the TCG Banlist and the TCG? Well, it's just card releases at this point. It's just the card releases. There's cards out in the TCG in physical that are not out in Master Duel yet. They for some reason, we still don't know the actual reason for this. Master Duel is a couple months behind. Is it worth ashing this because it also puts them lower on life points? I feel like it might be, because if they might not have a way to reduce their life points. No way. I mean, what else do you ash against Gold Pride is the question. You can ash the Exceed. That's pretty good, I suppose. But waiting with this for the Exceed means they probably get Gold Pride carry and also have the trap card. You can ash the trap. Ashing the trap. I'm not that scared of the trap though, am I? We can wait. We can try and ash the trap. We can see what they do. Okay. People don't seem to take this seriously. It'd be so funny if you pulled Maxi from this pack. Well, hey, that's 3 supers. That's not terrible. Okay, well, are we done? So we've had, so far, in this event, we've had 1 stun Andy and 2 insta scoops. 1 going first, 1 going second after opening the best card in their deck. So I think this is not a TCG problem. I think this is a master. These dual tryout thingies are just not the greatest in terms of motivating players to actually play the game. Okay, we've got another. Okay, it's our time to sit back. I feel like I've opened 2 Bystials every game except for this one. It's unfortunate. Oh, they drew Boot Sector. I actually could have ashed that. I right-clicked because I wanted to toggle off because I thought they would chain block the striker, but I think if they... I could have ashed the black metal, actually. The thing is, unironically, this mirror match is so much more interesting without Maxi. Like, yeah, the first turn is gonna take a while. But, oh, they even play the other one. That's crazy. I don't do that. Without Maxi, I don't play Gamma, so I don't play the other Red Eyes. But, like, the mirror is so much better if you don't have to play under Maxi going second. Like, going second in the mirror, like, especially with talents, if they end on Borderland, like, we can beat that. One Gamma as well, yeah. So, like, it's even... That makes it even crazier, no? Dude, Remus? What is this? So the question at this point becomes, where do I ash? Because I'm not keeping it for my turn for Maxi. I should have probably ashed this when I didn't realize I could have, because I thought they were going to chain block it. I feel like ashing Serenir isn't the worst idea, because that stops Lubellion access, which stops regained access, which is a pain in the ass to deal with. I'll ash Serenir. Now, it'd be very unfortunate if they already had Lubellion. That would make me cry, but... Where's Branded in TCG? And ironically, for this event, you could play Branded. Like, it'd be pretty solid. I guess they can just Ravine again to get it, but that requires them to discard another card. It's like, I can't prevent that anyways. Wait, they add another Dragoonity. What? This is not Dragon Link. Like, what? Okay. Interesting. Now what? Vajrayana? Gay Dark. Okay. Oh, that's a tomb. What is this recipe? This is normal Dragoonity? You've just used 2 words in the same sentence that typically don't go together, and that's normal and Dragoonity. The line is a bit scuffed. I mean, yeah, it's I can tell that it's a bit scuffed. It's got Dragoonity cards all over the place. Okay, summon Seifert. The question is essentially, what do they end on with Dragoonity that Dragon Link doesn't end on, right? Like, is it different? Because they're locked into dragons now. That hardly matters, right? Solitaire, thank you for the 14 month and the words of encouragement. I appreciate you. Wait, okay, seals not in the extra monster zone. So they're gonna tribute it? You're gonna use this to add back a dragon and then tribute summon over seals. Wait, what is this? What does this do? What are you gonna summon with this? Because you could have just summoned it off of a tomb directly, I feel like. Whatever you think you need, a tracer. Yeah, you could have gotten that with a tomb. Can't make Baron either. So it's this pattern. Are you just making a Dragon Link end board, but instead you thought to yourself, hey, the Dragon Link turn only takes like 10 minutes? What if it took 20? Has anyone tried to extend it to 20 minutes? Wouldn't that be cool? Oh god, you hard drew a baby dragon. You have got to be kidding me. No. Oh god. Bro, this is just... They're gonna have Savage as well if they play it. I don't know how tight the extra deck is in Dragoonity. I assume you play Savage if you play Rockets. But it's definitely Boral and Dispat or Savage if they play all those. Which is technically not much different than a regular Dragon Link end board. You could have done that with Dragon Link. Which you just, it's just more bricks, no? No, they bring back the Remus. What is that? What does that mean for us? Oh, level 6 synchro, maybe? Is Vajrayana a dragon? Or is that a winged beast? I forgot. I think it's a dragon. No, they just make Borland. Yeah, okay. Okay, we somehow... All we have to do is bait the Savage, and then we can just talent the Borland, and we actually can win this. It's not impossible to win this, as long as we can bait the Savage. It is very calming to know that the last card in hand cannot be Maxi. I very much appreciate that knowledge. Seyfried is a good normal summon, although we already have Rocket Caliber, so I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Oh, you can special summon this card to a zone a Dark Link points to, so we can summon this here. We don't actually need to normal summon this. This is pretty cool. Let's go Lubellion first. We don't have a banished card, so they can't negate with this pattern. If they want to stop this, they have to have Ash or they have to Savage it. Okay. I think it's a Druid's Worm situation, because that would be able to force the Savage. Let's take Druid's Worm. What if we Druid's Worm? What if we just drew? I guess that this pattern can stop the Druid's Worm as well. But that it's going to stop any Bystial. It doesn't really matter which one. Activate Druid's Worm. Target the Seyfried, I guess. They can just destroy it with this pattern. Yep. But that's the this pattern force. So now all we have to do is somehow force the Savage. Why not target the Rocket? I don't care about the Borland is the reason why. Like the Borland does not matter to me. The Savage and the Dispatter are more threatening than the Borland. Because I want to take the Borland anyways and attack everything. Let's go normal summon Slavert. What's my extra deck look like? Don't have a level 8 synchro that's worth making without a link monster in the graveyard. So special caliber doesn't really threaten much, does it? So do I just make... I guess I want to make... I shouldn't have summoned this yet. But it's fine. Okay, they don't Savage negate that. That's rather interesting to me because the baby dragons are pretty damn good here. Let's grab this. Okay. So strike your dragon angle. That's the Boral end out there. Okay. We are very close. All we need to do is get rid of the Savage and we pretty much win the game. Which I feel like that has to be doable with the cards we have. So I have quick launch. I can just special this. This. Make Romulus. Make Romulus. Grab Ravine. I guess Dark would also work. Like Dark, bring back something. And then yeah, we that would also force it. Like if I Dark bring back something, then I make my own Pisty, and then I turn the Dark plus whatever I summon into a triple burst or Unicorn even. Yeah, that seems good. Okay. What I summon here, I mean, Red Eyes is insane. Yeah. Yeah, that forces it. That forces it. Dragonfire, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Also, congratulations on being a Runick believer now. Okay. We go ahead and talents. Take. They have, oh, they have Tracer. That's the quick effect that they have. Tracer pop Boral. I mean, if they do that, it's also fine. Then I just take the Dispatter though and revive my Druid Worm with it. That'd also be pretty good. If this goes here, Pisty immediately has a zone theoretically. So what I'm thinking, Pisty here. So Pisty can revive my Druid Worm, and Boral End can revive my Rocket Caliber. Wait, Druid Worm? Oh, they want a Druid Worm pop. Wait, what did they target? My Lubellion. They... That... Yeah, we win. We win. They needed to save that for... I mean... I don't know if they have a way... Wait, why didn't they... Stop the dark with that? You had to stop the dark with that. Just get this Pisty off the field. I need to hurry a little bit because I am low on time. But access code is just game. Access code and then negate. Do I have 2 attributes? Oh, I don't. I need a second attribute. Okay, I need to hurry a little bit. This is probably not the best line, but it's game either way, so it doesn't really matter. I do play access code. No. The triple burst. Nah, that's enough time. We make it. 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 Romulus. Don't negate. Pop this. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a good TCG game. Because they didn't have Max C as the last card in their hand. Rolfus, thank you for the 2 months. Best Runick version, TCG or Master Duel? I'm assuming you mean TCG. Which I would say the answer is probably... I like Fur Hire. But I also think the Earthbound has some decent potential. I like the Fur Hire one, but I think the Earthbound is genuinely decent. In general, though, there's always so much you can cook with Runick that is potentially viable. Yo, what's up, Quantal? Uh-oh, that deck's probably really good in this format. You don't Ash this, do you? What do you Ash against this deck? I'm not sure. Maybe Reich Phobia? Because maybe they don't have visas? I'll Ash Phobia. That's so toxic banning the Link 1 here. It's the TCG Banlist. The Link 1 is banned in the TCG. They didn't make any decisions. They were just like, we're bringing the TCG Banlist to Master Duel, so obviously it's banned. Yeah. Well, never mind. They have another Pearl of Rhino. They're playing 60 cards, by the way. I'm just saying. What do you Bystial? What do you Bystial? Do you Bystial before they summon Astrolaud on like Visa's Starfrost? I don't think you Bystialed that guy. That's just one body. The problem is if I don't Bystial here, they have Baron, right? Like I have to do it here, otherwise it's just Baron. Yeah, I have to use it. This is also one part of a vicious Astrolaut though, so it's also fine, right? It's technically the same value as banishing Starfrost, like almost, right? Very similar, because it's 1/2 of an Astrolaut anyways. Okay, that's Delirium as well. Dude, how is it only gas, man? Well, I guess 60 card all gas, no breaks is the list. So... Dude, okay. Maxi mod check. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Vanadium is a pretty toxic deck, but it does not mean that Maxi is healthy. Like this thing in the TCG as well. Not everything is great in the TCG. And Vanadium is one of the decks that I absolutely hate. So not everything is great. I love playing it. I hate going against it. There is a couple decks like that out there. Like I don't get me wrong. I understand if you enjoy Vanadium. Like figuring out these lines through hand traps and all that kind of stuff, or maybe into boards, especially going second. Like I genuinely understand why you find it enjoyable to play yourself. But I don't know. I still think these kind of decks are a problem if they're only fun for one person. Because there's ways to make combo decks work that are not like that. Like, genuinely, the last game before this one is the perfect example. Because what the hell is this card? The Dragon Link Mirror Match is like, that's fun for both people if Maxi isn't involved. Wait, I didn't even realize they made Tree Sugda. Wait, I thought they were locked into Synchros. Or did they not revive with it? Oh, this only locks you if you use the changing levels effect. Or what? Oh, wait, that makes Tree Sugda a much better card than I thought it was. I'm gonna send a Lubellion. So they ended on Barren Pass, is what you're trying to tell me with that. Well, that's good. Well, it could be good if... it depends. So what does this thing do that they searched? Wait, you Baron negate Lubellion. Okay. Well. Do you have a dark? You do have a dark in the graveyard. Do I just take the Baron to pop one of the back rows? What the hell does this do? Have they activated it? They have activated it. Never mind. I don't need to care about it. Reframing and imperm. I think we take. That's the worst possible, because if they had a counter trap, I could activate the second one. Oh my god, man. What does dark give me? Dark Crash for Levy? Dark Crash for Levy is a decent line, I would say. I think that's the one we have to take. The other one is attack the bobblehead and go Seal's Pass. That's like not great. Because here I can't really, yeah, I have to. Send Seyfert, get back lube. No. Because I can't use Lubellion again. I already did it. They negated it. You can't use it again. There's no point in adding back another. Looks like a droplet. Wait, are we in damage step already? I can't tell. It is drop. Do you want to droplet away your own Baron? Oh. Okay. Yes. Protected it. Do I have to get rid of the light hearts here? It's probably good for me if they both... Is this once per turn or once per duel? Once per duel. So... I don't think I want to link these two away into something. Yeah, I'm not gonna make a unicorn to spin one of these cards, so I might as well do this. Just need to hope I survive, because they have a vicious Astrolaud line, right? They have at least vicious... I probably die, to be honest. Like, let's be real. I probably die, but we'll see. They have another Reichphobia. That's probably good enough. Oh, did we know about that? Oh, right. No, because they hard drew this guy. So the bobblehead searched the second copy that they didn't use. Right. We knew about that. Okay. Yeah. Can't make Baron here because it's gone. So they just make Cross Sheep. Yeah, we definitely die unless they mess up. I can't search anything with dark that stops this, right? Can't search a Bystial. That'd be the only thing. That crossout messed me up badly. Yeah, they just got... Okay. I think they needed one more extender there. I don't know if they could have done it without that, but okay. Alright. Well, there are toxic decks in the TCG as well. Not gonna deny that. Can you check the list? No. Why would I? It's a 60 card Vanadium pile. What information do I want to get from that? Check if they had 3 crossouts. Oh, you mean if they crafted 3 crossouts specifically for this event? You know what the problem with that is? The answer is probably no. And they only played 1, and that's just gonna tilt me even more. So there's way more. I have way more risk than I have potential rewards from this whole situation. Oh no, you're not a stun, Andy. Oh, are you playing full power flu? Well, compared to Master Duel, that'd be funny. Probably just lab. What? What are you guys doing? This is the second one. Stop, man. This is not what the TCG is like, I promise. Great. Great card. Glad we picked that up. Believe it or not, Eldritch can sack some wins. Well, I'll believe it. It's got floodgates. They got judgment in this thing. Well, you're not gonna judgment the Striker Dragon, are you? If anything, you would judgment this thing. The problem is I really don't want to Magna Mood. I really want to try and use my Bystials for the Eldritch cards, but we'll see if it's possible. Could get judgmented on this. I wouldn't be surprised. But if you're gonna judgment this, why wouldn't you just judgment the baby dragon? Because now I just got a boot sector for free. Well, anyways, none of my business. If I just summon out 1 Magna, what does that do for me? The answer is nothing. So... Oh no, not that music. Uh-oh. We just pass? Not even sure if I want to set my imperm. Because then, let's say I set it now and then it's in the wrong column later. I might need it for a floodgate. It might also get baited by another Golden Lord or something like that. I go battle phase to scare the shit out of them. And I pass. Okay, Sanguine. Uakero, banish a card from either graveyard. Sure. Now they could OTK you. I mean, I have a Magnamood. I'm assuming they won't be able to OTK me through a Magnamood. Maybe it's a bold assumption, but that's what I'm thinking. Also, if it involves something like Gustav Max, I have Imperm for that too, so I'm vibing. Surely. I don't take the damage, do I? That feels very much... That doesn't feel good to take the damage. I feel like I just summon a Magna. Because I know I can imperm the Gustav Max, but it doesn't feel like I want to be taking 6,800. I can just summon a Magna and attack, and if they want to, they have to double it. It depends. We'll see. Oh, they even attack with this one first. Yeah, I definitely Magna. Funny thing, that another Huakero would have killed me. Another Huakero would have killed me because they could have banished my Bystial target, and then I actually would have died. Yeah, they played around Gores and played into a Bystial because of that. So, bop. Yep. So if they attacked with Golden Lord first and I had Magnamooted then, this Huakero could still attack, but because it's chosen not to take a replay, obviously, now they didn't get to, so. That's chill. Use the Golden Lord. Send the Huakero. Yep. So which are the two that we know from their back row? I forgot. They have a Huakero in the middle. And they have a Conquistador over here. Okay, that's fine. And this is now what cannot be destroyed by card effects. Okay, this is unknown. We know these two. This is the Reborn. Hand or grave. Yep. Okay, so resolve this. Probably grab a baby dragon or a Lubellion. Lubellion seems also pretty good. The problem with Lubellion is I don't have that many like pushes. I think it's grab a baby. Levy? I already have Levy, that's the thing. But like I need to fill my graveyard somehow. Bro, I'm drawing the worst cards for this matchup, I swear. I mean, a lot of my cards are bad in this matchup, but still. It's very annoying. Experienced Eldritch player? That's not a good thing. That's not something you should say about a person. You shouldn't call them that. You don't know that. You shouldn't assume that they're a bad person just like that. Yeah, we lost. It's funny because this game actually isn't something to complain about. We didn't even lose to a floodgate. This was how Eldritch was supposed to be. Like this game was fine. This game was actually fine. Like our hand just wasn't that great for the matchup, and they had good trap cards. They went first. And that's how it goes. You know, we didn't get floodgated, so can't really complain about this one. I feel like I've won like one coin flip in this event so far. Maybe two. No, I think it's one. Oh my god. Are you... Okay, no, I still need to know if you're based or not. It's too soon. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're not, but maybe you are. Are you? Still don't know. Still don't know. Yep, love that. Love that. Oh, they're goated, that's for sure. That's what I know. Golden droplet. I'm not gonna lie, I think it would be better for us if this was stun. Because if this is a runic combo deck, we're not beating it. We're not beating an actual good deck with this opener. Like, we're only beating it if it's like sit on a floodgate type of strategy vibes. Like, we can't beat it if it's an okay, yep, nope. That's probably too much. That fucks me up. Yep, that's a good deck. That deck could one day win a YCS, you know? I feel like it could. You reckon it could? Okay, Tri-Edge is most certainly not correct there. It's most certainly gonna be Hugin, but Coral Dragon, but alright. This nib, they've committed way too hard. It was just make Coral Dragon, summon Gary with the golden droplet I know is in your hand. Yep, okay. There was no reason to commit into this nib. They could have made a Baron before. And still made the Bystial play could have just happened after Baron. They're probably still winning, but now they might not have a way to get a tuner anymore. But like a Bystial into get regained into whatever, like, is probably still good enough. Wouldn't Gary be the 5th summon before Baron? Well, yeah, they would still get nibbed, but they still have the Bystial in hand, and they haven't used the Golden Sword Soul in the graveyard yet. So even if I do nib them, they still go Bystial banish after, and they still get a level 4 tuner back, and they still make Baron after the nib. So that's why. They crafted a second fountain. I appreciate that commitment. That, and you hard draw Magnamute for that. Okay, your hand is just insane. You just can't be stopped. You still don't get a tuner because you did it like that earlier, but still, that's not winnable for me. I don't think. I'll try, but because the way they're doing it also makes me think they have another runic, so they can resolve the second fountain as well. No SP hurts them a little bit here. SP would be great. Like, you could go Chaos Angel SP with this opener easily. But Chaos Angel is so busted here because it also draws them a card with the regained. Because what they can do if they have another runic is they can go fountain, activate runic, summon Gary, draw 3, spin back the first fountain, but then they can't make SP with it, which is what you would do in the TCG in this situation. Actually, no, you can't, right? Because you can't make SP with the token anyways, yeah. Law in chat. I've seen. I'm looking at my chat right now. Good morning. We're gonna watch your video in a bit. Today is the day we recap the year 2013. Do we even have an out to this Chaos Angel in this deck? I don't know if we do. Talents, I guess. Oh, it's light only anyways. Yeah, we can just attack it. Dude, the duality as well. You're doing everything humanly imaginable on the first turn. Seal X, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Baron the Fleur as well. Okay, yep. You do win. You do win, sir. I mean, this deck is insane with the like without Maxi and full Runics at the power level that Master Duel is currently at, because it doesn't have some of the stuff yet that this deck was dealing with. Like it's actually just crazy good. Well, you keep playing Drag. We can switch it up. The problem is I don't have that many different TCG decks, and I really don't want to spend ultra rare crafting points on stuff. Like, if you want, we can play this deck. It would be 2 ultra rares that I would have to craft, which would be the second fountain and the third tip. We could do that. What do I even do here, man? What am I doing? There's no universe I beat this. This opener is so busted. What the hell? Through a Nibiru that you played into for no real reason, you have Baron, Baldrake, Chaos Angel, Regained, Fountain, 6 cards in hand. This is absolute curtains. What am I supposed to do, man? Nah. Nah. We're not beating that. This deck is too powerful. Okay, let's actually... Let me see. I have 11 ultra rare crafting points. Good start. I have a couple cards I can get rid of. And that's it. I have 2 of this. I don't need 2 of this, right? No? I have a Godems for some reason. I don't think I need to keep Godems around. And what else do I have here? I have so many cards that are like not very good, but good enough that I don't want to dismantle them. You know? The second Dispatter? I probably don't need the second Dispatter, right? Lemillion, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. And Bubble, thank you for the bits. What do you think about Super Heavy Runick? Super Heavy Runick is interesting. Do you mean like Master Duel with Scarecrow or TCG without Scarecrow? Because if anything, I would think you could do it in Master Duel, but the Runics are heavily hit in that format. So. Oh, I could have also gotten rid of the Prime Heart. That's true. Well, anyways. I mean, I don't mind playing Bystial Runick. Hold up, let me clear this. I guess I just could have made a new deck, but whatever. We need these 3. Don't need any of these, right? Runick. Maybe we can do the same thing as that other person from chat earlier who said they crafted a 3rd fountain for this event and they got a royal rare. No. Fountain though? No. Okay, well. Never freaking rewarded for anything. Did I just craft 3 destructions? Even though I already had one? I think I did. Phenomenal move. The Gambit. The Runic Destruction Gambit is what they call that. It's dedication, man, okay? Listen, okay, we don't have Sleipnir. We are playing maybe 2 Regained, 1 Baldrake, definitely 3 Lubellion. Maybe multiple Sereniers. Oh wait, Bystial Aluber. We look for Albaz. So the thing is, without Sleipnir, SP, and so on and so forth, I think we could actually go back to the Cartesia build, maybe, because you know, I mean, you have extra deck space. What do you think? Do we do Ecclesia or Cartesia? I kind of like the fusion stuff that you can do with card. I'm not crafting duality. I'm not crafting duality. I mean, we could technically do this. That's probably not right. To play both. Let's see how it works out. So, Golden Sword Soul. Or non-engine, I think we can honestly just play 3 Talons, call it a day. So we just decide, do we want... The decision is basically, do we want to play Ecclesia or Cartesia still? Let me see how the extra deck works out. So, what else do we need? I feel like we might want a second Giri then. Now that we don't have Sleipnir at all. We want Chengying. We need Tri-Edge. We need Coral. We need Scarlight. I still think Scarlight's good. We don't have a level 12 Synchro. That's somewhat annoying, but I guess there's no good one to play except for we could play Lulu. We would play Malong if we play Cartesia. And we would also play Garura if we play Cartesia. You might need 1 Link monster just in case. What would be the best Link monster if you want to play 1? Like, it would be Donner, right? What else did I play? I played Fabled Unicorn, we don't need that. I played Alvain, we don't need that. SP, Typhon, Sleipnir, not out yet. I think we have everything. Right? I think we have everything. So the question now is, can we afford to play the Cartesia? Because if we play the Cartesia... Wait, we don't need Rindbrum. Why did I put Rindbrum in here? I must have been in a state of large confusion because we don't need Rindbrum, I don't think. If we got 1 card from this extra deck, we can play Cartesia, which would be cool. I like the Cartesia build. I think it's very fun. That would be Donner, Luluva Lilith, Scarlight, or Second Geary. Probably Scarlight then. Wonderful. Worth it. Worth it. Dude, why is everyone playing like 60 card decks in this thing? Okay, well. You know what? There's no they don't have Maxi in their hand, so they lost. it's actually Jover. There's no universe. I'm telling you right now, the universe does not exist in which we lose this game. It's not an existent universe. That's why Maxi is healthy. You have the wrong idea, buddy. But that's okay. It's nothing wrong with being wrong. Okay, I don't think we go for a fusion line here. We could go greedy as hell. Play into Nib. They're playing 60 cards. What are the odds they have Nib? Probably like 100. 200. It's a very good line though. We get a free, completely free Dispatter out of it. Do it. I am doing it. I am in the process of doing it. I guess. No, it doesn't help. I was like, we can chain Cartesia to Nib, but that doesn't do anything. I don't know why I said that. I think this is a greed angle. This is a greedy situation angle. I hope we just don't draw Fountain. Good job. Sleipnir isn't in the game, but it should be out soon-ish, I want to say. I don't know when it's time for it, but it shouldn't be that long. Not worth it. I feel like we put down the Ball Drake. Just to draw a card with the regained, why not? Just throw it out there. Recycle a Hugin, I suppose. Ooh. It's a brandy, guys. It's a brandy. Once again, can't really understate how good SP is for this deck, because there's a lot of these situations where you just don't have a good generic link to go into. The only thing you could play would be Masquerena, but that would require more extra deck slots, which is tough. No, we have to discard a card. I forgot about Magnamud. It's fine. It's whatever. I mean, we literally have every single Bystial available already. So grab this one. And just discard. Do we discard Cartesia again? I guess. I could get rid of the second Quem as well, but it's going to come back to my hand. That's why I'm thinking about... pitch it. Pitch it! Was this just a Mud Dragon? I guess Dragostapelia is pretty good. Dragostapelia, but if they want to make Dragostapelia, they have to leave my Chaos Angel, which would mean that my Baron is unaffected by Dragostapelia. So, yeah, they make Dragostapelia, but they have to use the Chaos Angel. So my Baldrake is live in return, so they can't get rid of... Yeah, it's fine. And we bring back this, not that pattern, we bring back this pattern. Hell yeah. Peak comedy. Oh, okay. Couldn't I have done anything about that? No, really, right? This is probably Albaz. Yup. Goddamn. Okay. Okay. Dude, all right, calm down, man. They got all that stuff. This is a dragon. They can discard. They can... Yeah. I should have maybe Bystialed. I forgot that they could already bring it back. And I can't really let them get Branded Lost. Because if they have Branded Lost, I can no longer... I should have Bystialed that. That's actually a huge mistake. Yeah, I just have to Baron the... I have to Baron the Lubellion. because I did that. I messed up. I should have Bystialed it. Now I have to Baron it. Not great. Not a bad duel spot. No, it's not. It's the TCG duel after all. Most of them are good. And this one small mistake might unironically cause me to lose the game. Okay, we hit Retribution and Branded in red. Those are huge. But if they have Branded Fusion, we're still in for quite the game. Can you tell Konami to make this a permanent mode? I'm not gonna lie, if they make it a permanent mode, people might not play ranked anymore. Take control of a monster. Okay, they already have Branded Fusion because they're the absolute best. So yeah, take my Baron. I forgot. Do they have a Baron negate this turn? No, once while face up on the field. They can't negate. No, they can't negate. I still have to prevent them from destroying my fountain, I feel like. Even though it's my last... but I still do it, right? I still just flashing fire the Baron. Fusion deployment. And flashing fire. Oh, that's how they get there. Because their discard for Super Poly was also tragedy. They did normal they did set. Yeah, that's true. They did set the Albaz earlier. So that's fine then. Maybe they forgot. They may have forgotten. No, they haven't. It's fine though. I think it's fine. I think we win. They have to go for Albion because they have no cards in hand. And if they go for Albion, I can just banish 2 Albas with 2 Bystials, and that should be fine. Right? I guess they do send Cartesia. No, they sent Rainbow Magician. Okay. Wait, wouldn't that lock themselves right now? Because they can't set a single card. Oh, they don't use it. Okay. Oh, wait, no, it only... When does it trigger? I forgot when it triggers. Doesn't it trigger when, like, a card is set to the field? Well, anyways. Oh, wait, these should be in defense because Queer it is, but it's fine. They should also be in defense to not let them set with Albion if they double. What the hell is this? Gains 2500. It's not game though, is it? Yeah. Cool. Congratulations on controlling 2 Sereniers. Very proud of you. What's a little bit concerning is that we don't have a runic spell yet. And without a runic spell right now, I'm not gonna lie, we're not doing anything. 1 runic quick play spell and we completely cook them, no problem next turn. But one Bystial is also probably enough. But we need one of those two. Like, we can't afford to draw... Well, like, Cartesia is also fine. So, like, there's not many things we cannot afford to draw. Wait, they got Albaz back. How? I'm sending this because it would be a dead draw. And I like it's technically a good card in my deck, but I don't want to draw. If I draw it, we lose. So I need to get rid of that. So they can grab a Branded in red if they play 2, or they can grab Branded Banishment. Otherwise, either way, we can play through whatever they do if we just draw a Runic or a Bystial. It doesn't really matter. Banishment, that's fine. Wait. Can't attack or activate effects. Banishment is Fusion or Despia, right? Do I just get rid of this? Come on, man. Don't give me 2 draws, no runic spell. Thank you. See you. God damn it. That's not fair. It's rigged. Banish Tragedy. It's actually a oh, my timer is low. Actually rigged. Wait, this is live? Oh, this is live because of the tragedy. That's so funny. I need to hurry a little bit. Sorry, I need to focus a little bit. Because there's like no way we're losing this game unless, you know, time happens. God damn it, dude. The time is so low, man. Didn't even skip battle phase. Dude, without the timer, I beat them so easily. I'm actually so tilted right now. I'm so tilted. It's very tilting. It's so annoying, man. It's so annoying. Because the most tilting thing about it is that it was actually a good game. I don't know where the time went, man. It was actually, they also played well, like unironically. They had a pretty banger of a hand. They played well, but like that, I'm mostly annoyed because it was, yeah, nah. Damn. You needed to think faster. I don't think it's that. I think it's just that I'm trying to vocalize my thought process. It hurts because like you think faster than you talk, and I'm trying to vocalize what I'm thinking, right? And then it's just it doesn't work out sometimes in games like that. Because often enough I know what I'm gonna do, but I'm talking about it before I do it, right? Which is okay. I can live with that. Like it's fine. It's just it's still frustrating whenever that happens. The loner deck has 3 cyclones. Oh, is there a loner deck Gold Pride? I guess I have to be careful of the freaking I do have to be careful of Cosmic Cyclone then. The line towards the end there was probably to ball drake the sprint in the graveyard before it can trigger, and then we even like with that I would have probably had enough time if I realized that, but I didn't have enough time to think about it in first place. But like, yeah, the if I just ball drake the sprint in the graveyard and get some more seconds. Wait, what can I do? Oh, a special monster from hand or grave. No, I don't want to. resets. Okay. So if it actually is the loner, it might actually have Cosmics here, right? Which might screw me over completely. Okay. Well. We can be careful with this fountain. Like we can go for a tip and draw one, you know, like we can layer our runics in a way where we can, because fountain is at 2, cosmic isn't that crazy. I think I want flashing fire to cover this roller baller. Because if you flashing fire the roller baller, they can't make that fusion, right? Okay. Not having a tuner sucks here because I probably have to search Aluber, but I don't want to. Never mind. They have called by. Okay. Well, I ball drake my own Lubellion. That's good. That's a good play. I feel like, yeah, we have to get a tuner here. It's very unfortunate. I would love to get like Magna or Druis into this board, but it has to be Bystial Aluber. Unfortunately, I don't think I can afford to play into this without a tuner. Because without a tuner, we might not even be able to force our talents through. One of them is the trap. They go with this. So if I go flashing fire here, the fusion monster does require specifically roller baller, right? It needs roller baller. So if I flashing fire this thing, they won't be able to make roller baller, the pinballer or whatever it's called. Oh, they bounce. Oh, that I didn't even know that card existed. That card is so bad, but it's gonna be good here. Okay, that fucks me up a little bit. The fusion needs to be on the field to resolve. Oh, I could have flashing fired the fusion. Right. For some reason, I always think that the fusion says you can't respond to it, but I think it just says you can't negate it, right? Can't be yeah, you can destroy it. It doesn't say that, chat. It doesn't actually do that. It doesn't do what you think it does. The problem is, because I'm turn player, if I go Chainlink 1 Baldrake here, they go Chainlink 2 and they attach 2 and I still lose all my cards, so I might as well let it go through. Did they search that trap card, by the way? Did I know about that? I felt like they searched. I didn't pay attention to their trap search because I just assumed it was going to be the other trap. Yeah, it is the other trap. Okay. So the other back row is not cosmic. That's good for us. That's good for us. Okay, Cartesia is great because if we can get this Aluber into the graveyard, we can special Cartesia. Is one of the best things about Cartesia. So I'm thinking we have to go draw 3 here. We just banish cards off the top of their deck, which could really mess with their trap card as well. We only hit one rollerballer, that's it, but fine, whatever. This Ecclesia could have just been special. Yeah, well, that's not, you're not wrong. I'm just saying one of the nice things about Cartesia is that we can get it out of our hand if we can somehow get this Halberd to the graveyard. This game was a pretty easy win if I just flashing fired the fusion. I forgot that I could do that. If we used, yeah, well, but I didn't, at that point, I didn't know that we were going to draw Cartesia. Maybe I could have prepared for it, but not sure. If I have freezing curses this thing, do the equips fall off? I think it, do they? Do they? No. I'm not sure. When does that happen though? Isn't there a scenario where they fall off if you negate them? Am I misremembering something? Maybe I am. I can just use Destruction, to be honest, which is 99% the better play. Savage will fall off? Okay, then why is Savage a difference to this guy? Because I was thinking of Savage. Why does Savage fall off and this doesn't? I'm going for science. They do fall off. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. And now we can also Destruction the back row. Okay, in order not to lose infinite time, I'm gonna try to explain this after the game, okay? With the let's postpone that thought about the stuff falling off, and I'll talk to you about that in a second. Because otherwise I'm gonna time out 2 games in a row and my heart cannot take that. I'll use the one in my hand, actually. I'm probably gonna make Lulu the Lilith. Am I? No, I just make Chaos Angel with another Hugin. Chaos Angel with another Hugin means I can send Garura to draw a card. Yep. Wait, no, I can't summon Hugin. Uh-oh. I guess Lulu the Lilith it is. Or just leave it like this. I mean, Cartesia can't fuse into anything, so... Okay. Not ideal, the way I played this. This will return... They'll... Oh, it's negated. Battle phase. Okay. They did draw a Cosmic. So I think it is the loner deck. Good thing we played 2 Giri, otherwise this would have been problematic. I would love to bait. Well, I just destruction the set before committing to the fountain, I think. I'm pretty sure we're just decking out the loner deck, to be honest. Imperm, sure. I wish I still had Scarlight, even though Scarlight wouldn't even destroy the roller baller or the pinballer. There's 2 more Cosmics. Okay, that makes me feel very good. Can I draw like a Bystial? That would help my levels a lot. Thank you. I want my Grand Guignol back. Okay, we did. I'm happy to inform that we did not lose to the loner deck. You don't believe how happy I am to report that. You don't really need to do anything here. Okay, the last card in their hand is a roller baller, so I'm negating that. Boil Blecky, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. So I'm trying to do this without using a Runick, so I don't have to skip my next battle phase, so we do eventually attack this individual for game, because, you know, they are still stubborn. You can only summon this once, right? Okay. Alright. I mean, unironically, I would... This event is like, you don't get anything from playing it, but it was fun. It actually was fun, you know, whether it was the Dragon Link or whether it was this deck. I actually did have fun. And I think there's a lot of other decks that I could potentially play that I haven't been able to really play in Master Duel for a long time because they weren't good anymore. Like, but I'm not gonna go out there. There's so many things, like, unironically, ultra rares in this game at some point are it's very hard to just craft as many of you want. Look, I'm down to 6 ultra rare crafting points, and I'm not gonna craft 2 more Fenrir's to experiment with that, 2 more Tearlament field spells to play that kind of stuff. Especially the event. If the event gave me gems back, maybe I'd consider it. But it doesn't, so I don't know. It's been fun though. Like, I feel like that's the point we get across, even to the people that maybe don't play the TCG themselves and are not so familiar with it. You know, the fact that you just never have to worry about Max C is like, it's like the Rock Lee thing where he drops the weights, right? Like, it's not a format without problems, but no Max C is pretty damn cool, is what I wanted to get across, you know. Also, Gasto, thank you for the Prime a couple minutes ago. Appreciate the first time Prime subscription. Always means a lot to me because it's showing me the new subscriptions always show me that the community is growing. People are enjoying the content. So thank you so much for that. All right. Speaking of the TCG, we have something that I wanted to do for like a solid week or something, and I've been waiting for a good time to do it. We've just been very busy with. We've had a lot of stuff to do. The last couple weeks have been very full with content, which makes me very happy, of course. But today is the day we have the time for it, and that is catching up on some reaction stuff, some videos that I really wanted to see and haven't seen yet. One of them being the Law yugioh 2013 Yu-Gi-Oh recap. That is something we're going to do today. The other thing is there's a Ruxin Guess the Price. And then there's also a relatively recent, in order to keep it a little bit up to date, I also, if we have the time, which I think we will have, there's also a new APS video, APS amplifier video rather. And if we have enough time for that, we also are going to take a little bit of a talk. We have a little bit of a talk later about Phantom Nightmare, because Phantom Nightmare is coming out next week. And at some point, we'll have to, you know, we'll have to talk about it. So it's either today that we can manage to do that. Maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe it's the start of next week. We'll see. Okay. That being said, let's hop right over. I think first things first, since we just played the TCG format, it would be fitting if we started with the 2013 recap. So let me do that first. Okay. For those of you who don't know, the Law yugioh is a YouTuber who the premier content that I watch from them is their historic Yu-Gi-Oh videos. And the link to the video that we're watching right now is in chat, and I'm gonna pin it real quick. And it's a pretty in-depth, nostalgic look at past years in Yu-Gi-Oh, and we are now up to 2013, and I love to watch these because I've been there, and it makes me very, very nostalgic, so I like that. Okay, so let me pause the music and we go into 2013. Off the top of my head, even before we go in, 2013, obviously the year of the Dragon Rulers, the spell books, as you can see in the thumbnail, which is really all that I remember from it. I think early 2013 should be Mermail format. Like, I think we start the format with Mermails early 2013, Mermail, and then we move into Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks, I think is the timeline that I remember. And as per usual, because these videos are very long and I like to take a pause at some point, let me put it to, like, let's do 1.25 so we don't sit here for
shift in the meta
literally
that had been
2
present
hours.
For the past year was starting to creep in. Though a majority of the year had been dominated by the triangle format decks, Abyss Rising at the tail end of the year brought a new competitor to the table in Mermail, which appeared to be poised to challenge the long-standing champions of the metagame. This led us into the first set of the year.
Would this be a time format you'd like to see? We can talk about that more later. However, I think I actually think it's cool to play Dragon Ruler spellbook matches these days, but I think in general, a rule of thumb for a format that would make for a good Time Wizard format, it needs more decks than 2. Because even if you like a certain format, and I've noticed this with playing Necros Mirrors or something like that, I've gone back to play Necros Mirrors with friends and stuff like that. The problem is 2 decks or 1 deck only, it just gets stale. It gets stale. Even if the mirror match can be so good, it doesn't matter. Like at some point, you're just sick and tired of playing the same match over and over and over again, right? Like Spellbook against Dragon, Dragon against Dragon, or Spellbook against Spellbook. I think it's cool to revisit like once, but I think it wouldn't make for a good Time Wizard format, no, because eventually you get tired of it.
Water threat we've been needing, the next set would bring the fire to combat it.
Spellbook support, yeah, Cosmo Blazer.
January 25th, 2013. Set type,
oh, dude.
Strategies,
Cosmo Blazer is such a cool set. It has so many cool cards in it. Diamond Direwolf is one of my favorite Exceeds ever made. That card is so cool.
Mermail. Impact, the fire to Mermail's water. Cosmo Blazer would kick the year off with a core set focused on introducing a new fire archetype to the game to help combat the powerful Mermails introduced last set, while also bringing waves of support for previously introduced archetypes to help boost their playability into the metagame. The new archetype was Fire Fist, a series of fire beast warriors centered around their interactions with the Fire Formation series of continuous spells and traps. This first wave gave us Bear, who sets a Fire Formation spell from deck when he deals damage and can send a Fire Formation spell trap to grave to pop a monster on field. Gorilla, who sets a Fire Formation spell from deck when it destroys a monster in battle, able to send a Fire Formation spell trap to grave to pop a spell or trap. Dragon, who sets a Fire Formation trap from deck when a Fire Formation spell trap is activated, and can send 2 Fire Formation spell traps to grave to revive a Fire Fist. Tiger King, a Beast Warrior locked rank 4 that sets a Fire Formation spell trap from deck on summon, can detach to negate all non-Beast Warriors on field until the end of the turn.
It really is crazy with how much power the Fire Fist cards came right out of the first pack. Like, they had most of their important cards immediately, I feel like. The only deck that wasn't a thing yet was the 3-axis version, but the 4-axis had pretty much everything immediately, right? Like, they got only very minor support later for the level 4 ones, I think. Like, they got more Exceed monsters, like, I think Cardinal, I want to say, was not out yet.
And when sent to grave, can send 3 Fire Formation spell traps to grave to summon 2 lower level Beast Warriors with the same attack from deck. All of the Fire Formation spells and traps share an effect to boost Beast Warriors attacks by a value while face up, being 100 for spells and 300 for traps, with each having an additional effect, with Tenki searching a lower level Beast Warrior on activation.
Chicken was, yeah, that's why I'm saying most of the 3-axis stuff was later, like Spirit, Chicken, Horse Prince. Actually, Horse Prince I think is Cosmo Blazer, but it wasn't good yet.
Tensu giving an additional normal of a Beast Warrior every turn, Tensen boosting a Beast Warrior by 700 that turn on activation, and Tenkin negating a Beast Warrior's effects but making it immune to cards other than...
This card was busted at the sneak peek, by the way. Broken ass card at the sneak peek. I played one sneak peek. I think I pulled a super rare dragon and 2 or 3 Tensin. It was Jover.
Itself on activation.
It was Joker.
We also received a few more pieces in the OCG import slots, being Horse Prince, a level 6 synchro that summons a level 3 fire from deck on synchro summon, Lion Emperor, a fire locked rank 3 that can detach 1 to recur a fire from grave to hand, and Spirit, a level 3 tuner that revives a level 3 200 or less defense fire on normal summon. Fire Fist gave a solid introduction wave here, but was clearly being pulled in 2 different directions, being a rank 4 focus deck between Bear, Gorilla, and Tiger King, and a level 3 strategy with Spirit, Lion Emperor, and Horse.
It feels like a very odd thing when you think about it, the fact that Fire Fist was supposedly the same archetype, but it was going into 2 very different directions, right? You had to... They didn't really go together, right? It was either you play level 3 Fire Fist or you play level 4 Fire Fist, which I feel like on the one... It's a cool concept, isn't it? Like, I mean, of course, on the one hand, it's kind of... It's weird that you have 2 cards of the same archetype that don't work together, right? That's kind of something that doesn't make sense, but at the same time, it's kind of a cool idea that you can take one archetype, but you can take it 2 completely different directions. I can't really think of many other decks that or archetypes that would work in a similar way, because like most archetypes are designed to all be put into the same deck, while this one is like, nah, you have to either play 4 or 3. Like, you can't play both. It was like, I think the 3-axis deck played like maybe 1 Bear or something like that. Maybe even 3, because Bear was just that good. But in general, it was just all the level 3s or all the level 4s.
Though notably, even though there were other level 3 Fire Fists in the set, there were currently no in-archetype monsters that Spirit could revive other than another copy of itself. Because of the split in focus, two different versions of Fire Fist would be created, known as 3-axis and 4-axis, named for which level that version focused on, with 4-axis being the only playable version at this stage, heavily relying on Bear to do the heavy lifting of the deck as clearly the best main deck piece. In addition to this, Tenki would move to see play outside of Fire Fist as well due to effectively being a Beast Warrior
Tenki's just
filling
broken.
a niche no other card really had filled at that stage, and would continue to see play in any Beast Warrior focused deck for a long period of time after. Moving into archetypes that receive new support, Noble Knight is the first TCG exclusive archetype that has technically been around for some time at this stage, seeing roughly 1 to 2 cards per core set release since Galactic Overlord.
Noble Knight was such a goofy deck around that
completely
time.
Disjointed from each other thus far. This set would introduce their first decent wave of support to give the strategy an actual direction to move in. So let's talk about it. Noble Knight Madrot is a level 4 light warrior that becomes a level 5 dark warrior while equipped with a Noble Arm spell, and can, if equipped, summon a Noble Knight from deck and pop its equipped spell, which triggers the float effect of the Noble Arm spells. In addition to this,
if I remember correctly, the entirety of Noble Knight at the time revolved around Medrot. Like, if you didn't open Medrot, the deck didn't really do anything, and if it opened Medrot, it was just about making, what was it? What was the Exceed that you wanted to make? Was it Artorigus and equip it with a bunch of equip spells and make it like hard to out?
Noble Arm's Caliburn boosts the equipped monster by 500, can boost the controller's life points by 500 on a soft once per turn, and when destroyed can re-equip itself to a Noble Knight on a hard once per turn. Lastly, Artorigus, King of the Noble Knights, is a Noble Knight locked rank 4 that, on Exceed Summon, equips up to 3 Noble Arms from grave to himself, and can detach to pop spells and traps on the field up to the number of Noble Arms equipped to himself. Noble Knight at this stage is still far from being considered a meta contender, but this would be the first wave of support for the deck to be considered a good direction for the strategy, being held back by the lack of good Noble Arms spells and the lack of good targets for
wasn't good, but people messed around with it. This was the first time that people actually messed around with the deck. They wouldn't do very well, but they would try it, you know.
Also see a solid second wave of support here in Abyssdine, able to summon herself if searched while you control a Mermail, able to revive a level 3 or lower Mermail if summoned by a Mermail effect. Abyss Lead, able to summon itself from hand by discarding 3 other waters, able to recur an Abyss spell trap engraved to hand on summon, and can rip a card
Megalo, discard Lead, and Gund. Holy.
From the opponent's hand by tributing another Mermail. Abyss Trite, a 3 material rank 3 that can detach to change an effect target to itself and revive a Mermail on destruction.
Bahamut Shark,
a TCG exclusive that can summon itself by discarding another water.
This was for all you Zoomers out there, this used to be the best card to summon off of Bahamut Shark before they made Toad. This was very good because Mermail had this very cool interaction, and I actually do mean cool. That maybe that sounded ironic, but I wasn't being ironic. Where like all the Atlanteans say if they are sent for cost to activate a water effect, they trigger, right? And the thing you would do is, if that also counted if they were detached as Exceed material, because that is paying the cost for a water effect, right? So if you made Dweller or Bahamut Shark with Dragoons, and then you detached Dragoons, you would get the search, right? So that was one of your main ways to do it, was like you would try to overlay a Dragoon into a Bahamut Shark or a Dweller, right? And detach that Dragoon to get a search.
And searches a Mermail when summoned this way. This wave would fill the in-archetype void in terms of swarming, especially for level 3 and 7s with Dine and Tias specifically, with Tias being an absolutely insane piece of support to boost the deck up further into the meta with both its easier summon.
Dude, you know what's funny? Abyss Tias in the beginning didn't see any play, because you have to think about the timeline here. We've watched this towards the end of the 2012 recap, right? Just to put this into perspective, like the current iteration of Mermail Atlantean before this pack was centered around their normal summon would usually be Genex Undyne to send Dragoons for cost to search any Sea Serpent, and it was heavily centered around like Abyss Megalo, Abyss Sphere, Abyss Lind, and all that kind of stuff. But they didn't actually lean very hard into the Mermail direction. It was more like a Abyss Megalo turbo deck. And that meant that for Abyss Tias, because it searches level 4 or lower Mermails only, like it didn't seem that great in the beginning. Like everyone was like, okay, I can search Abyss Pike, but I want to normal summon Undyne rather, right? It took a while. And I think the huge, I mean, we're probably going to talk about this in a second, but the people that pioneered a deck that was then later on known as Mono Mermail, which was a very confusing name because it wasn't Mono Mermail. It wasn't just Mermails, but it still played the Atlanteans. I don't know why it was called Mono Mermail. Don't ask me. But the people that pioneered the Mermail deck using a much heavier Mermail count, including like Bystial, was, I think, Billy Brake was the main one, and it may also have been Jeff Jones a little bit. I'm not sure. Maybe it was both of them in equal pieces. Maybe it was more Jeff Jones. But I think Billy Brake and Jeff Jones were the first ones to pioneer a deck that was then called Mono Mermail, which honestly, I remember entering my first tournament with Mono Mermail after having played regular Mermail for a while. And I remember thinking to myself, dude, this deck is so much more broken than regular Mermail. This deck is so good. I won that tournament, I think, undefeated. It was like, I think it was called, I don't know what they called it back then, one of those state championships they had in Europe. And it was like, that deck felt so good. It was so good. Tias was such a powerful card, man.
Yugioh and its search on summon. In addition to this, Trike gives the archetype a good target to summon using Bahamut Shark, which was always an option for the deck to make, but lacked a solid target to summon.
This is the time of the video where he says everything I just said, and you spam pre-watched, by the way.
More of a threat in the metagame than it already was, which we'll see soon enough. Prophecy would receive a couple of new pieces, with the most notable being Master, able to copy the effect of a normal spellbook engrave as long as you control at least one spellcaster on the field and can reveal another spellbook in hand, allowing the chain that began with Blue Boy and Secrets to continue further, allowing spellbook decks to get additional counters onto Star Hall and additional names into the grave for Fate. Diamond Dire Wolf is a new rank 4 staple piece that can pop a tri-type you control and a card the opponent controls, able to pop itself with this effect, becoming the go-to rank 4 removal option. Lightning Chidori is
this was basically just Xyz's version of Scrap Dragon, right? They've made that kind of card for, I want to say, almost every single summoning mechanic, right? Because even for Link monsters, you have cards that do that, like for example Donner for hire, right? Like they've made this, I can destroy this card, like I can destroy myself to pop one of your opponent's cards for a lot of like for almost all the summoning mechanics, I want to say, which is pretty cool.
That spins a set card to the bottom of the deck on summon and can detach to stack a face-up card on top of the deck. An insanely powerful option for win decks, though there were none in the meta at the time. Crimson Blader is a level 8 OCG import synchro that, if it destroys a monster in battle, locks the summoning of high-level monsters from the opponent the following turn, which while not useful on release would become extremely relevant within the next few months. Breakthrough Skill is a trap that negates the effects of a face-up monster that turn. Then it can be banished from grave on your turn, except
Breakthrough Skill, man. This card was so good. I've negated so many Abyss Dwellers with this card. Oh, this card was phenomenal.
Put there to do it again, becoming a solid option for multiple monster.
I think the last time I've played this card in like a big tournament was probably, I think I won, didn't I? I think I won YCS Proc with this in the side deck for Paleo to negate Denko, because you can send it off Morella as a Denko out. I'm pretty sure I played that.
Effect stuns. All in all, Cosmo Blazer, while not being a meta set, did many things right in pushing the meta slightly in a new direction, complemented by the structure deck release that came 2 weeks later.
Ooh, Fire Kings.
Onslaught of the Fire Kings. Release date, February 8th, 2013. Set type, structure deck. Major strategies, Fire King. Impact, another fire archetype, not nearly as relevant. Onslaught of the Fire Kings was the fire structure deck counterpart to last year's Atlantean water structure deck, and as such it introduced the Fire King archetype, a series of tri-typed fire monsters who were designed to be spiritual successors to Sacred
so I don't remember the exact timeline on this, but I definitely remember, we're probably going to talk about this in the video, there's a ban list coming up soon, I think before Dragon Rulers. And after that ban list, I played Fire King, and that deck was pretty fun. It wasn't like the best deck in the format or anything, but after that next ban list that is about to happen, I think, if I remember correctly, after that ban list, Fire King was actually a viable deck. I think there's a ban list coming up, and then I played Fire King after that.
With their boss monster, High Avatar Runick, having an almost identical effect, reviving itself the turn after it's destroyed by card effect, nuking all monsters on the field when it did. In addition to him, Barong could search for a Fire King card the turn after it's destroyed by a card effect. Onslaught of the Fire King lets you, if you control no monsters and the opponent does, summon a fire tri-type from deck, destroying it in the end phase, and Circle lets you pop a fire on field to revive a fire in grave, giving you easy access to Runick as well as the original Nephthys with most of the enabling support. Unfortunately, the deck as it stood, while explosive, was extremely telegraphed and delayed in its impact, relegating the strategy to simply a rogue option for the time being. Reprints here included Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys, Manticore of Darkness, Rekindling, and Pot of Duality, with the Duality reprint being a solid inclusion for deck sales. YCS Miami would be held the next weekend, and Windup would once again reclaim its spot as top deck in the meta, including first place piloted by Travis Smith. Berlantian was right behind it though in representation, with a few players notably cutting Gen X Undyne from the list due to finally hitting that key point of enough good Mermail names to no longer need it, although a couple would still play it. Rabbit. Fire Fist would see its first top cut appearance here, notably playing Rescue Rabbit to access Vorse Raider for the Tiger King push, which would be iterated on in the coming weeks to instead be Gene Warped Werewolf, the strongest Beast Warrior normal monster. YCS Bokum would be held a week later, and while Windup would once again take the King Slice as well as the top spot piloted by Alpay in Gene, Fire Fist's popularity in the EU was a completely different story from its original performance stateside, with 3 different variants popping up, being the Rabbit variant we saw last week, a Stun variant playing Beast King Barbaros, who could be boosted with the Fire formations, and even a Fire King variant, utilizing the Fire King spell traps to access Bear, Gorilla, and even Flamwell Fire Dog. YCS Santiago would be held the same weekend, and if the US was leaning Mermail and the EU was leaning Fire Fist, then South America was clear.
I think if anything out of 2013 could become a what's it called, Time Wizard format, I think it would be Fire Water format, which I think is, there's a ban list coming up. I'm very certain now. There's a ban list coming up that kills Windup. After that, it's like is what people refer to as Fire Water. Wait, no, Fire Water is 2014. Why? Is it? Am I completely misremembering right now? Is there... Why are people referring to Fire Water as 2014? Fire Water is YCS Berlin. Was YCS Berlin 2014? Oh, I see. Okay, my bad. Never mind.
Leaning towards Macro Rabbit, being the most popular deck of the event, taking first place piloted by Jose Raul. Macrocosmos tended to have a significantly positive matchup with the various decks in the format.
Dude, it's a long time ago. Cut me some slack.
Either their main play lines or heavier recursion pieces, giving Macro Rabbit a good field to play against for this event specifically. Following the opening YCSs of the year, the ban list would be updated on March 1st, bringing a fairly small number of changes, but without question being impactful ones. Newly banned were Sangan, a targeted hit at both its generic searchability as well as tour guide, and Windup Carriers and Mighty, effectively crushing the best extra deck monster in Archetype for windups, but the hits would keep coming. Newly limited were Windup Magician, killing the board flooding of the deck as now you needed more gas than ever to access Shockmaster, One Day of Peace, heavily crippling the extension of alt WinCon decks, and Solemn War.
Meadowlands format, or Meadowlands format, is the format people look at for Time Wizard. Oh, that's the one that Tyree won, right? Is that coming up next? I know Tyree won a YCS with Mermail. That must be the one after this YCS then, after this ban list then?
The Solemn Brigade, as it was referred to, now matching its counterpart of Judgment. Newly semi-limited were Ryo, nerfing stun strategies fairly hard, Tsukiyomi, bringing back the Goat format staple, and Advanced Ritual Art, as the Demise OTK was effectively gone for good now. Lastly, unlimited were Kalut, Lumina, Mind Crush, Spore, and Sheen Smoke Signal, all cards for decks of previous metagames that were, in fairness, mid for the current space. This particular ban list target was clearly Windup.
I mean, Windup
and the 2 targeted hits
died,
of the deck landed powerfully, taking the meta powerhouse almost completely
Windup
out of the
just
scene,
died. They didn't even need to hit Windup Magician, probably.
At this time, we also received a couple of side releases that would mostly do nothing to the metagame, starting with Star Pack 2013 on March 1st, which changed nothing at all, followed by
Star Pack, dude! What the hell was a Star Pack? I remember that. This was so weird of a pack. What did they think with the Star Packs, dude?
Collection 10 on March 8th, which did bring 2 new useful exceeds to the meta and Star Liege Paladino.
So Star Packs, for anyone that wasn't around, was like, it was just this weird pack that had like, I want to say 5 cards in it, but they were really cheap, like $2 or something like that. And they had some reprints, but nothing really good in them. But they introduced a new rarity that just looked like it just had some sprinkles on it, like some stars on the thing. It was, nah, man. It was 3 cards. It was even just 3 cards. God damn. Okay, well, maybe it was 3. I don't remember, but it was not great. The rarity didn't even look good. It didn't even look good because Starfoil is basically just a common with some stars on it.
4 option for light strategies, and number 61 Volcasaurus, a new staple in the rank 5 slot. The first testing grounds of this new metaspace would be YCS Austin on March 23rd, and with Windup almost completely gone, taking only 1 spot in the top cut here, Mermail was left to completely dominate the space, taking 15 of the top 32 in addition to first place piloted by Oscar Zelaya, showcasing the current version of the deck, which had completely eliminated the Gen X package.
Yeah, this deck is peak. This deck is so powerful, man. This deck is so good. It's so clean. No more drawing Gen X controller either, and it's even stronger than before. This deck is
showcasing the current version of the deck, which had completely eliminated the Gen X package. Yugioh would begin to see some movement here with Windup out of the picture, still utilizing Machina for instant threats of Fortress or the Karakuris for access to Synchro 7 and 8 pools. Probably the most interesting deck taking a spot here was the Electrum OTK, a newer OTK development that required just 2 cards to pull off, being Fusion Gate and Chain Material. By
That deck was nasty, nasty.
Using chain material, you can fuse using materials in the deck and grave for the entire turn by banishing them, which meshes well with Fusion Gate, allowing you to fuse as many times as you want in a turn.
So what was the OTK was... How would you recycle Gustav Max? I forgot. I think it was a Gustav Max loop, but why would that go back into the deck? Oh, Electromite itself. Shuffle all banished cards in. Yeah, okay.
Allowing you to fuse for Elemental Hero Electrum, who shuffles all banished monsters into deck on Fusion Summon, allowing you to make a second, shuffle again, overlay the 2 for Gustav Max, burn for 2000, fuse the Gustav in the graved Electrum for Gaia, the Gaia in the second Electrum for Shining, and then make a third Electrum to shuffle back all the materials to do it again, burning for game after 4 loops. YCS San Diego would be 2 weeks later on April 6th, though a disclosure needs to be made about the top cut breakdown here. Prior to top 32, players played using a Battle Pack Epic Dawn sealed draft deck, meaning that just because a deck is in the top cut here doesn't mean that the deck made it through by its own merit. Angel Asensio would take the event on
That was such a hype concept too. In Swiss it was draft, in top cut you had to bring a different deck. It was weird, to be fair, because you still had to bring a full deck, but just for top cut. I kind of liked it. I kind of preferred when they did a full sealed YCS from start to finish, but this was still cool.
To be expected due to the deck's popularity and power in the current format. Last event from this block was YCS San Jose 2 weeks later, and from the top 16, we'd see Fire Fist taking a split of the representation from Mermail, with Bear Control builds taking center stage, using the remainder of the Fire Fist pieces to effectively get yourself to Bear. Jorge Valverde would take the event on Bubble Beat, showcasing the deck's ability to continue topping despite its hits from late 2012 by accessing bursts of power through Blade Armor Ninja and Absolute Zero. This would lead into the next hit.
Was that a DN screenshot? What the hell? What kind of throwback was that?
And although the last couple had been quite underwhelming in the grand scheme, this one was set to upend all preconceived notions of failure.
Ooh, Hidden Arsenal. What is that, 7 already?
Hidden Arsenal 7, Night of the Stars. Release date, April 26th, 2013. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Constellar, Evil Swarm, Extra Deck Staples. Impact, an upheaval of the rank 4 pool. Hidden Arsenal 7 would be the final standalone Hidden Arsenal set for a long period of time, and the series was not about to just sit back and die quietly. It was set to go out with a massive bang by not only introducing 2 new strategies to the meta, but also by completely revolutionizing the generic Exceed pool by giving most archetypes from the last couple of sets a generic Exceed that did something uniquely powerful. Starting with Gem Knights, they wouldn't receive an Exceed like most of the others, but would receive a couple of new key cards for later impact, like Lazuli, who adds a normal monster from grave to hand when sent to grave, Seraphinite, a fusion of a Gem Knight and a light monster that can provide an extra normal summon each turn, and Master Diamond, a fusion of 3 Gem Knights that can banish a...
Surely Seraphinite would never be a viable card, right? Surely no one would ever put a Gem Knight monster into their deck just to summon this thing.
Level 7 or lower Gem Knight fusion from grave to copy its name and effect that turn. Each of these would find important slots in Gem Knight strategies in the future, with Lazuli and Master Diamond becoming backbones of a Gem Knight OTK with the release in 2014, and Seraphinite finding a completely unexpected home in 2015, which we'll cover both when we get there. Laval would see a singular new relevant card, being Laval Chain, a rank 4 that can detach to
Dude, all the Laval people in shambles when this card came out, because it was better for every other deck than it was for theirs.
Bin a card from deck or stack a monster on top of the deck. Without exaggeration or hyperbole, this is to this day considered one of the strongest Exceeds ever printed, as it would do so much for so many strategies simply by being a foolish burial on legs.
I just realized it's not even just monsters, it's any card as well. This card is complete nuts.
Revitalization of a certain strategy within the next few weeks. Gishki would be one of the strategies here that got a bit of the short end of the stick, but would receive one new boss monster, being Zeal Gigas, a level 10 ritual that could pay 1,000 life to draw a card, then shuffle a card on field into deck if it was a Gishki monster. Zeal Gigas was yet another loop enabler for the deck, this time by being a draw tool that...
Imagine all the other archetypes get like Laval Chain, Daigusto Emerald, all that kind of stuff, and you get a Gishki Zeal Gigas.
Happened to be level 10, meaning it gave the deck access to Gustav Max, and stop me if you've heard this one before. Ironically though, this would not be the best card released for Gishki in this set, but we'll get there soon enough. Gusto would similarly receive a new Exceed tool, that being Daigusto Emerald, a rank 4 that could detach to shuffle 3 monsters in grave back into deck and draw 1, being effectively a mini Pot of Avarice on legs, seeing play for that reason initially, but in later formats being an enabler for some of the most degenerate loops in the game's history. Constellar
the only problem on this card is that they didn't put a hard once per turn on it, because the loop potential is crazy, because you can summon one, get it to the graveyard, summon another one, shuffle the first one back, and so on and so forth, right? Rinse, repeat. It's a very simple thing of like, if you want this card to be used in a normal way, the way you designed it to be, right? Just freaking put a hard once per turn on it.
Formats being an enabler for some of the most degenerate loops in the game's history. Constellar would be the first of the 2 new archetypes here, overtaking Vylon's light attribute slot, being a series of differently leveled light monsters aimed at using level modulation to access their various extra deck bosses. These included Algady, who specials a Constellar from hand on normal, Pollux, who gives you an extra normal for a Constellar the turn it's normal summoned, Kaus, who could level modulate a Constellar by 1 twice per turn, Pleiades, a light-locked rank 5 that could detach to bounce a card on a quick effect once per turn, and Ptolemy M7, a rank 6 that could be overlaid onto a Constellar.
This gives me Duel Links flashbacks. When we casted the Duel Links Invitational, or Duel Links Challenger Cup 2 weeks ago, I found out that Constellars have a complete custom skill in Duel Links that lets them exceed ignoring all the levels. So like a level 4 Constellar and a level 5 Constellar now makes Constellar M7 in Duel Links. So if you're a huge Constellar fan, they're actually clapping up the meta in Duel Links right now because that skill is completely custom. And you can even, I think you can even normal summon them without tribute. So like you can even summon the higher level ones with no problem. Like
its other effect that turn if you do, and can detach one to bounce a monster from field or grave to hand once per turn. This strategy would, on release, see no play, as the primary issue it faced was consistency, as every monster that searched in archetype was not a level 4, locking what plays you could do on the turn they're used. That isn't to say the deck would be locked in an unplayable camp forever, as some experimentation would be done with the deck regularly to attempt a Pleiades turbo strategy in addition to Ptolemy M7 entering the staple rank 6 pool immediately, helping many decks like Heradic, but also enabling loops with Gishki thanks to being makeable with Mind August and Gust Kraken, which is part of the reason Gust Kraken was limited so far in advance. The other new archetype here was Evil Swarm, the dark replacement for Steel Swarms, although more notably could be considered an upgraded version due to most of
I forgot what this says. Eliminate, eradicate, exterminate. These are the thoughts of lingering steel swarm souls, yearning for a body so that they might make their dream a reality. Okay.
Their support specifying L Swarm monsters, meaning that they work with both Evil Swarm and Steel Swarm strategies, though were clearly built for this one. This initial wave included Heliotrope, a normal level 4 for rabbit shenanigans, O-Lantern, who could tribute itself to pop a face-up monster, Mandragora, who could special itself if your opponent controls more monsters, Castor, who gives an additional normal the turn it's normaled, Thunderbird, who can banish itself when an effect is used and return itself in the next stand.
Thunderbird is such a cool card. That I forgot exactly why that deck didn't pop off in the TCG, but there was a deck in the OCG that was called, I think they called it like Chain Beat or something like that, which I was so hyped for. I wanted to play it so badly, but then for some reason it didn't work anymore. So the entire concept of the deck was that you played, I think it played Evil Swarm Thunderbird and I think also Wind Up Rabbit, because those two were basically impossible for your opponent to get rid of, right? Because as soon as they try to do something to them, you just chain it and banish it for the next turn, right? And you play like Black Garden, because Black Garden makes it so all your opponent's monsters are halved. So when the Thunderbird and the Wind Up Rabbit come back, they ignore that because they're not summoned, they return, so they don't get halved. So they are incredibly big, and you can like, I think it was called Chain Beat because you would always chain to all of their stuff. So you could even play cards like, I think they played like Accumulated Fortune, stuff like that. Because like your opponent goes activate a card, you go chain Thunderbird, chain Rabbit, chain Accumulated Fortune, draw 2 cards and stuff like that. It was such a cool control style deck, at least in theory. And I never actually got to play it. Is that a viable deck in any of the Time Wizard formats that people play? Like, and I'm asking, I don't know. Because I genuinely would be inclined to check out that Time Wizard format for that. Right, Compulsory Escape Device was another card. Compulsory Escape Device is, I think, a compulsory evacuation device, but it banishes instead of back to hand, or back to the deck instead of back to hand. I don't know. Where does Escape Device put the cards? Hand, shuffle into the deck. So Escape Device is a normal trap that says target one of your monsters, target one of your opponent's monsters, both go back into the deck. But it didn't rely for the monsters to stay on the board. So if you had like an Evil Swarm Thunderbird, you go activate Escape Device, target your monster and my monster, banish Thunderbird, basically making the card free to use, turning it into one of the best removal traps you would have at the current time. So it was a really cool deck.
By phase, they're
fairly certain Chain Beat is legal in Meadowlands. Yeah, but I'm like, maybe the issue was more that it wasn't good because like Mono Mermail, maybe.
Rank 4's Nightmare, who can detach to flip a monster that gets special summoned.
Maybe it's more like that.
Comet, who can detach and discard an L-Swarm to steal an opponent's monster. Ophion, who locks level 5 and higher special summons while it has materials and can detach to search an infestation spell trap. Ouroboros, a 3-mat that can detach to activate one of its effects, but only once each while on the field, being bouncing an opponent's card, hand-ripping one, or banishing a card from the opponent's grave. Infestation Pandemic, a quick play spell that makes evil swarms immune.
Someone in chat said it's legal in Darkwing Blast format. You're not wrong. You could play Thunderbird, Wind Up Rabbit, Black Garden, and compulsory thingy device in Darkwing Blast format. You're not wrong.
Dispel traps that turn, and Infection, which trades an L-Swarm in hand or on field for another one in deck. There's probably one specific Exceed I mentioned there that stood out compared to the rest, and yes, Ophion Control became the name of the game for Evil Swarm strategies, matching up incredibly well into Mermail by locking them out of their level 7 Swarmers, but still being a bit of a bad matchup into the rest of the meta spread for now. YCS Lyle would be held the same weekend, and notably the new Hidden Arsenal set seemed to make zero impact on the scene, with Mermails continuing to dominate the meta, taking first place here piloted by Long Dao, incorporating the Gen X package back in. However, the set would see an
two things. The way I lost in top 8 of YCS Lil was the most heartbreaking ever, because the situation was the following. I played a Mermail mirror match in top 8 against Paolo Pacchiana, an Italian, who's also been relatively successful back in the day, I want to say. And it's game 3, and I max C Paulo in his turn, and it's like so two problems. Actually, this is a little bit of a longer story, so you know, blankies. This story starts in top 16, funnily enough. This story starts in it starts in top 32 actually. So top 32, I play a Mermail mirror match, and my opponent uses Big Eye onto Dweller, and forgets to give it back, right? And I don't notice it. Like, I win, but my opponent has the Dweller, and we both don't notice it. And I go on to play top 16, right? I go on to play top 16, and it's like, we start playing, and I believe, I don't know exactly which game I notice it. I think it's probably game 1. I know that in one of the games I go first. I think it's game 1, I go first, and I go to make a rank 4. I look into my extra deck, and I want to make Dweller, and it's not there, right? It's not there. And so I'm like, basically, I raise my hand, I call for a judge, because, you know, obviously I can just make Bahamut Shark and act like it's nothing, but like I raise my hand, I call for a judge. I'm like, hey, my Dweller is missing, you know, my Dweller is missing. What do we do about it, right? And the judges go and decide whatever. They talk for, I think, solid 20 minutes or something like that, what they can do about it. And they decide that since I was honest and didn't just do the Bahamut Shark and you know, I did it by myself, they're like, actually no, I remember I lost game 1 and I went first in game 2. That's why this is important. They were like, because you were so honest and said it by yourself, we're not going to give you a game loss because you would lose the match instantly, right? Instead, you're going to get, like, you're going to have to play the rest of the tournament without your Dweller, but you can keep playing, right? Which my opponent was mad about, but they decided it that way, whatever. Because they were like, you know, we're not going to punish you for being honest in this situation, whatever, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm playing a Mermail mirror without Dweller. I probably lose anyways, but whatever, right? And I win game 2 and game 3 somehow without Dweller in the Mermail mirror match, right? And my opponent's a little pissed about it. But I mean, they lost 2 out of 3 games without Dweller, so I guess, you know, it's whatever. And I move on to top 8, and this time in game 3 against Paulo, I can't make Dweller, right? Because they said you can't add the Dweller back, which I don't know why they did that. Like technically, you know, my deck list had Dweller on it, so they could have given me the Dweller back, but I guess they wanted there to be some kind of punishment for it. I don't know exactly what happened. I was just happy because honestly, when I raised my hand and called for a judge, I thought I was done for anyways. I thought I was going to get a game loss and that's it, right? But like it was the right thing to do, so I did it. So I was just happy that I didn't get a game loss and even that I managed to win top 16 after, right? But then game 3 of top 8, I don't have a Dweller and I'm sitting there in the Mermail Mirror match going first, right? And I can't make Dweller. I make Bahamut Shark. Actually, no, it's not going first because my opponent already had a set card. I think it was going second. My opponent set a card. I played into it. Like my opponent made a board, set one card. I played into it. I end on a Bahamut Shark with a Max C in hand, right? And my opponent starts their turn with one set card and a couple cards in their hand. I don't know exactly how many. And they start playing, I Max C them. And they just keep playing. They just keep playing and summoning and summoning and summoning. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I already have Tragodia in my hand, which at the time you played cards to accompany your Max C in case your opponent went to a... like accept the Max C challenge. Basically, you played cards like Tragodia and Gores. I don't remember if I played both or if I just played Tragodia, but I know I had a Tragodia. And so my opponent goes through the motions for an OTK and gives me like 15 cards or something, right? And I'm like, okay, I win. I have Trag, nothing they can do, no more cards in hand. I just Omega kill them next turn, right? We move on to top 4, which at the time I think would have been my first top 4 at a YCS. So I'm like, okay, chill, right? And so they put the damage onto the board, right? They go to the battle phase. I have 20 cards in hand, and what they do is they flip Mind Crush and they call Tragodia. And I'm like, oh my god, dude. First of all, what if I have Gores instead of Tragodia? What if I have Gores instead of Tragodia? Like, god damn it, man. And I have to discard my Tragodia for the Mind Crush, and they attack me for a game, and I lose in a situation where I'm like, this game is over. This game is over. I think I even had 2 Tragodias in the deck, which is maybe why they called Mind Crush with Mind Crush. But I think because I had both Tragodias in my hand, I think even if they have a Debunk, I win, right? Because Debunk was a very popular card at the time, if it was out yet, I think it was out. So Debunk wasn't a concern for me because I had 2 Tragodias. Also, if they had Debunk, they would have probably debunked Max C. So I'm like, that's not a thing. And then the Mind Crush comes in and like literally crushes my soul. And that's how I lost top 8 of YCS Lil. Very, very frustrating. But it happens.
Taking first place here, piloted by Long Dao, incorporating the Gen X package back in. However, the set would see an impact on YCS Meadowlands 2 weeks later on May 12th, and this particular event is regularly revisited in retroplay due to its shocking diversity following Hidden Arsenal 7's release, with a couple of new decks popping up from these pieces. The first, and most obvious, was Evil Swarm, sporting a Rescue Rabbit package here to access Ophion quickly and reliably, sporting a whole suite of back row to play Defend the Castle once summoned, including one of the first big appearances of Safe Zone in the metagame, a choice that would grow more popular later in the year with the release of another Exceed to help Evil Swarm's game plan. The other big shakeup was the first appearance of Exceed Infernity, using rank 4 swarming enablers like Summoner Monk and Stygian Street Patrol to get you to the Volleyball chain quickly.
Okay, Debunk was out, is right there. Did you get your Dweller back? No, I didn't get my Dweller back. My Dweller was gone. It was like $20 at the time. It was like $20 at the time. My Dweller was gone.
Who in turn set up your grave for your singular copy of Launcher to do as much work as it possibly could, or to stack Archfiend on top of the deck for its own summon effect to trigger. Tyree Tinsley would take the event on Mermail, once again showing the consistent power of the meta threat, back to cutting the Gen X package out. Unfortunately to many players, Meadowlands format is also known as the end of early Zexal, as many decks that were viable here, the great diversity that had been cultivated, and the vibe that almost any strategy could compete, was about to be completely shattered, as the player base braced itself for what we've known was coming for months. We were about to enter the Dragon's Den. Lord of the Tachyon.
It's a little bit less impressive when I think back to when we played Dragon Rulers in Master Duel like 2 weeks ago. So the feelings I'm feeling right now are not as strong because of that. it puts a little bit of a damper on my emotions right now that we played these guys like 2 weeks ago and they all completely sucked in modern Yu-Gi-Oh.
Galaxy. Release date May 17th, 2013.
Oh,
Set
it was
type,
such a
core
cool
set.
deck though
Major
at the
strategies,
time.
Dragon Ruler, Spellbook, Mecha Phantom Beast. Impact, the meta capsizes. Let's be completely fair on this one. Anyone who knows any bit of the history of this game knows that this particular set would be the...
This is 2013's Age of Overlord, by the way, everyone. Like, this is the one where everyone went on to complain about card prices because Draco Sack was a secret rare and that thing was like over, I want to say over 100. But yeah, it was very expensive. And then there was Spellbook of Judgment for spellbooks. Ironically, for Dragon Rulers, the main deck was almost nothing because all the Dragon Rulers were rares. Which I can't even imagine what would have happened if I can't even imagine what would have happened if the Dragon Rulers were like secrets. God damn.
First of a couple major turning points in the game's history. Starting here and moving into the next year of releases, Yu-Gi-Oh! As a game would shift from the core concepts of the early years into what we really know now as the modern version of the game, and it all started with the release of the Dragon Rulers. The Dragon Rulers are a series of level 7 dragons, one of each elemental attribute, being Redox for Earth, Tidal for Water, Blaster for Fire, and Tempest for Wind.
Chat, what's your favorite Dragon Ruler? What's your favorite Dragon Ruler? I'll tell you which one's mine, but I don't want to influence your decision. Dude, so many are saying Tidal. I think Tidal might be because Mermail played Tidal later. That's fair enough. Tidal's pretty cool. My favorite is Blaster.
Each sharing the same 3 abilities. Able to summon themselves from hand or grave by banishing 2 monsters that are either dragons or their attribute from hand or grave. Able to search a dragon of their attribute when banished, and each having a unique ability that activates by discarding themselves with another monster of their attribute, with Redox reviving a monster, Tidal dumping a monster from deck, Blaster popping a card on field, and Tempest searching for any dragon, with each only being able to use one of these effects a turn. In addition, they each had a baby counterpart that could be discarded alongside any monster that's either a dragon or shares its attribute to summon its corresponding dragon ruler from deck. These cards would completely upend the established metagame, taking over and dominating the game for the remainder of the year, and with many considering the impending format of Dragon Ruler format to be one of the most skill-intensive formats of all time, which we'll go more in depth on with the next...
That's the thing, right? Like, these cards were undoubtedly completely broken at the time, right? And I do understand the criticism for how they completely turned and changed the viability of all the decks in the metagame. Like, because as soon as this came out, like, everything previously was basically forgotten, right? Which I do understand that criticism, but the format in itself was still very, very good when it comes to just the pure level of gameplay. Like, there's multiple aspects to what makes a format good or bad. You know, accessibility of the decks is one of the things for sure. But if you just look at how good was the gameplay, how much more likely was a better player to win against a worse player, Dragon Ruler, even the mirror match, was pretty damn good. Like, the Dragon Ruler mirror match was very, very skill intensive at the time. It was pretty cool, actually.
Major tournament. In the meantime, though, an extremely notable point for the deck here was that the Dragon Ruler cards themselves...
Emptiness, though? Emptiness was a problem, but people haven't figured out people didn't figure it out yet until, I think, Patrick Hoban. So it was a while... Well, like, I think for the majority of Dragon Ruler format, at least the early Dragon Ruler days, people didn't play that card that much.
Out at the rare rarity slot, making the entire archetype shockingly cheap for the time. However, because of this, the entire value of the deck, in turn, quickly pumped into the rank 7 extra deck pool, with the previously released Big Eye spiking immediately on reveal that these would be low rarity. A similar fate would befall the Mecha Phantom Beast cards released here. An archetype of monsters focused around...
Dude, imagine you were a Mecha Phantom Beast main looking forward to Draco Sack release, and then there's just this dragon deck which completely obliterates your wallet because Draco Sack is like over $100 because of it.
Summoning and utilizing their archetypal tokens, with Tetherwolf being a level 4 that summons a token and adds the level of all tokens onto itself, making itself a level 7 on summon, and their rank 7 exceed Draco Sack, who can detach a material to summon 2 tokens and contribute Mecha Phantom Beast cards to pop a card on field once per turn. Unable to be destroyed by battle or card effect while you control a token, Draco Sack would instantly hit the $100 plus club, being one of the best extra deck monsters to summon using the Dragon Rulers, who also formed an interesting dynamic with Big Eye specifically, forming a mind game between players in the mirror match, while Tetherwolf would be a normal summon tech for some builds, able to access Dracosack with a token already on field for protection.
It's worth noting that Dracosack is still playable to this day, right? Like, we've just seen it last week, I want to say, in some cash tier lists, right? It's like, it's not the greatest card ever anymore, but it's still a pretty good card considering link summons with tokens. Like, it's a viable Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Would receive Leopard, a level 3 200 defense monster that contributed itself to set a fire formation from deck, notable for both being summonable.
Yeah, Big Eye was like really cheap beforehand because no one used it except for Mermails using one copy, right? Mermails used one Big Eye, but that didn't make it go super expensive. Like, it was, I'm pretty sure it was more than $10 because it was a secret rare and Mermail played it, but it wasn't as expensive as it turned out to be after these guys released.
And Spirit, beginning the waves of support for the theorized 3-axis deck.
And Big Eye is also
the next
still
major
good.
DM era archetype to receive the legacy support treatment, seeing Channeler, who could discard a Harpy card to summon another Harpy from deck, becoming a level 7 if you controlled a dragon, and Hysteric Sign, which searched Elegant Egotist on activation and searched for up to 3 different Harpies in the end phase of the turn it's put in grave. Both of these would be insanely strong pieces to make Harpy a viable rank 4 and 7 strategy, especially with the previously released Lightning Chidori, but unfortunately was competing with the strongest rank 7 strategy ever in the same set, as well as the already meta one. Speaking of, Mermail would receive Abyss Osha, able to trade a Mermail on field for any number in deck whose total level equals that monster's.
Osha is a good card that ended up being relevant after Dragon Rulers. When they went back, well, it's funny because Mermail was such a good and powerful deck for the time. It was just that Dragon Rulers release immediately stopped Mermail from being relevant. But then when Dragon Rulers left, Mermail came back.
And Abyss Scale of the Mizuchi,
and then
providing
Oshia
a
was
spell
good.
negation on resolution of activation, both being powerful tools for Mermail to adapt with. Madolche would receive Hootcake, a level 3 beast that could special summon a Madolche from deck by banishing a monster in grave, specifically useful for summoning Messengelato from deck to trigger its search effect with a Madolche.
Dude, fun fact, Eugen, at the time, thought Madolche was a good deck. Looking at Spellbook and Dragon Rulers. Do with that information what you will, but Eugen liked Madolche.
Madolche beast already being on board. King of the Feral Imps is a rank 4 that searches for any reptile monster, becoming a staple part of various extra decks over the next few years by being able to grab a random reptile extender for strategies. Sacred Sword of 7 stars can banish a level 7 in hand to draw 2, being a draw tool that felt almost tailor-made for Dragon Rulers to use and abuse. Geargia Gear is a trap that could summon 2 Geargiano monsters from deck, boosting their levels by 1, giving you instant access to the rank 4 Exceed pool while also increasing the playability of the previously overlooked level 3 Geargias. Mind Drain was the third of the Drain continuous traps, able to prevent effects in hand from activating, blocking hand traps and some summon effects. Totem.
The fact that you just said it was the third of the Drain cards made me think of the fact that they thought it was a good idea to make the skill drain card into an archetype, which is no, what did I do? Uh-oh. Okay, perfect. Saved.
Some summon effects. Totem Bird was a TCG exclusive wind-locked rank 3, able to negate a spell trap by detaching 2, seeing some play in later rank 3 wind strategies. Noble Arms of Destiny is yet another solid Noble Arms spell, giving its monster protection from destruction once per turn, slotting into the Noble Knight strategy instantly. Constellar and Evil Swarm would see their OCG imports here in Sombre and Kerkion,
both very
who had the
good
same
cards.
effect just for their respective archetypes, able to banish an archetypal monster in grave to add another to hand, then providing an additional normal summon that turn for their archetype. Of the two, Kerkion would see the immediate success thanks to Evil Swarm already being a popular option in the meta, giving another tool to turbo into Ophion. Though Constellar would also receive Omega, a light-locked rank 4 that can detach to make Constellars immune to spells and traps that turn, becoming a solid rank 4 option for light decks in general. Lastly, and by far the most important card outside of the Dragon Rulers themselves, Spellbook of Judgment could, at the end of the turn you activate it, search for different spellbooks for each spell you activated after its resolution, and summon a spellcaster monster whose level is equal to or lower than the number you added. This was one of the biggest resource blessing cards.
I mean, look, hey, the Dragon Rulers were really, really broken, but the design behind the Dragon Rulers, I kind of understand, right? The process behind it. The design process behind Spellbook of Judgment is a mystery to me, because who the hell sat down and made this card? Like, unironically, at the time, like, Dragon Rulers, you're like, okay, let's come up with this really grindy and cool dragon archetype that can search each other and like whatever, you know, make rank 7s. And then there's one other guy in the corner, like, also, what if we make a single card for Spellbook that goes +7? And they're like, oh, okay. that's cool. Let's do that too. Yeah. Let's do that as well.
ever printed, able to reliably reach 3+ spellbooks off of its activation, and summon a powerful spellcaster afterward, commonly reaching either Jowgen to lock special summons or Kaiku to lock banishing from the grave against dragon rulers. This one card would push spellbooks from their previously tier 3 level status to the go-to deck that wasn't
Was this a
named
TCG
Ruler.
exclusive? I forgot if they said that. Was this a TCG exclusive or did the OCG also had it? No? I don't think it was a TCG exclusive. Yeah, okay.
Which we'll discuss more about soon enough. Following Tachyon, there would be a couple of much smaller releases, starting with Super Starter V for Victory almost a month later, being the year
This was not, this is actually false advertising, because this does not give you victory.
Starter deck and containing no new cards worth talking about. The second would be the second battle pack, War of the Giants, 2 weeks after the starter decks, which was mostly notable for shifting what set was played for sealed events moving forward, but also for having a couple of interesting reprints, such as Card D, Mermail Abyss Megalo, Pot of Duality, and Breakthrough Skill. The WC circuit for the year would be shortly after this release, starting with the European
Dude, this was the European Championship. This tournament alone, unironically, if this tournament never happens, we might still have the old time rules. I'll say it up front. If this tournament doesn't happen in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, like in the timeline that we're in, we might still have the old time rules, because the day one of this European Championship went on to, I'm trying not to give you the wrong time, but 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning. I don't know exactly how long it went on, but it was after midnight for day one of this tournament, because the Dragon Ruler mirror matches, with 3 extra turns, curtains. Also, Michael Grüner still played, so it was Jover. 2 a.m. I think, 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. It was yeah.
UCQ on June 29th, and although we do not have a full picture of the top cut like we would like, there was a clear winner for the new top deck of the format. Dragon Ruler had taken over, with most builds already centralizing around a few specific cards. The first point was the ratios of the rulers to babies was already fairly set, seeing 3 of each ruler and 2 of each baby across multiple lists. The second
was Frankfurt the Euros with Gishki One Day of Peace FTK. I don't remember that story. I don't know what that is about.
was the inclusion of Super Rejuvenation at its maximum 3 copies commonly, as by discarding with the baby effects, you would receive 2 draws at the end of the turn with Rejuvenation, or 4 if you use 2 baby effects that turn, which in turn could get you to another Rejuvenation, which as a quick play spell could be activated in the end phase after drawing it to draw even more. The third was Gold Sarcophagus, which was being played at 2 to 3 copies, able to banish a ruler from the deck to trigger its search effect for a baby, which in turn got you to the main ruler regardless, and the inclusion of level 1 tuners like Effect Dealer and Dragunity Korseska to access the level 8 Synchro pool, specifically Crimson Blader, who locked up the mirror match itself quite effectively. Fourth, and probably most telling for the future of the game, was a specific card that found its way into a few side decks here, being Vanity's Emptiness. The trap from Shining Darkness was finally being recognized for the power it represented, allowing you to set up your board with the rulers, then flip this on your opponent's turn to block them from doing the same. This was extra effective in the mirror match at this point, as few players played back row removal in the deck outside of the singular Heavy Storm, meaning to out it, commonly one would need Blaster and another Fire to do the job.
I mean, Darkhold also outs it, depending on what board they make. If it's just Draco Sax, then Darkhold doesn't. But yeah.
However, very notably, Dragon Ruler would not take the event overall, with that honor going to Chris Bodolaudis on Spellbook, playing a large suite of 26 spells to chain activations after Judgment to activate the various tools to counter Dragon Ruler's dominance in the format, with both Jowgen and Kaiku locking different aspects of the deck. Jowgen specifically would be a really interesting piece here, as its 1300 defense body actually proved to be rather difficult to out for Dragon Rulers, as the only normal summon in the deck that could do it natively was Stream, being 1600 attack, meaning that outside of that, the only reliable card to out it was similarly the Blaster Pop. Evil Swarm would also perform quite well here for 2 major reasons. The first, and most obvious, was Ophion locking the Dragon Ruler summons in addition to the summon of High Priestess from the Spellbook matchup, only being outable by a few specific cards thanks to Infestation Pandemic providing protection, which was searchable by Ophion. The second, and less obvious to the naked eye, was the price point. With the entire deck being effectively found in Hidden Arsenal 7, the deck was shockingly affordable compared to its competitors, which led to the deck's performance being boosted, even though it was clearly the weakest of the 3. The South American WCQ would take place the same weekend, and a lot of the points we just discussed would...
I don't like Evil Swarm because its main purpose was floodgating Dragon Rulers, but for a budget option at the time, it actually wasn't bad. Like, it was a scary deck to go up against with Dragon Rulers, especially obviously if they went first. And like, honestly, you can't really argue with the fact that both Dragon Ruler and Spellbook were incredibly expensive, so it was completely reasonable to go for a different deck if you felt like it. And it was probably the third best option and cheapest option was probably Evil Swarm. So it's fair enough.
Be present here too, with Rulers taking 15 top spots, followed by Spellbooks at 8 and Evil Swarm at 7, though notably all 7 Evil Swarm would be eliminated moving into top 16. Carlos Perez would take the event on Dragon Rulers, playing a similar build to what we saw in Europe, but notably including 2 copies of Breakthrough Skill as a way to out Ophion's lock with the 2 vanities in the side for locking out the mirror match. The Central American WCQ would be a week later, and at this stage, Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks had narrowed the field around them to a knockout-dragout war between the 2 titans, with Alejandro Suarez taking the event on Rulers, who did not make his list public. While there was one more WCQ event with coverage we can go through, there would be one more set release prior to it occurring, and though it wouldn't bring too much new to the table, it would be important to cover it for one card that would change the dynamic of Dragon Rulers heavily. Number Hunters. Release date, July 11th, 2013. Set
Wait,
type,
which card are we talking about? Master Blades or
import
what?
set. Major strategies, various OCG exclusive exceeds. Impact, a couple of interesting exceeds for the pool. Number Hunters was probably one of the most out-of-nowhere sets for us to receive, right up there with Star Pack just a little bit earlier this year. In reality, the set was an import set to catch us up with some of the OCG's exclusive exceeds monsters up to this point, most of which were incredibly niche, but held their uses, such as number 49 Fortune Tune as a time win con, number 85 Crazy Box as a drain beat boss.
I mean, Master of Blades was a good card, but I think it was almost entirely like it was too small, I think.
Mech-Equipped Engineer as a
27?
stall option, Coach King Giant Trainer as a draw tool for rank 8 strategies, and, most importantly for our context, number 74 Master of Blades.
Like, this thing is not good in the Dragon Ruler mirror match because it gets run over by Crimson Blader. Like, that card, there was a lot of scenarios, like, I think, I don't even know if we played it as an option, but it didn't really come up much. This card needed to be like 100 or 200 points bigger, and then it was good, would have been good in Dragon Rulers, but it was too small.
A rank 7 that can negate and destroy a card that targets it, popping another card on field when it does. This would solve a major issue with the Dragon Ruler mirror match, that being what threat to make going first. For most matchups, going first you'd want to make Draco Sack to set up a wall protected by its tokens, but in the mirror match, this could be completely upended by the summon of an opposing Big Eye.
You're never gonna make this in the mirror match going first. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not what happened. That's not what people did. You don't summon this in the mirror. If you summon this in the mirror match going first, you lose immediately. Because they make a Crimson Blader and attack it. And you lost the game on the spot.
Stealing the Draco Sack and making the situation far worse. Master of Blades solves that issue, giving the deck a turn 1 option that didn't lose to Big Eye, which we'd see soon enough. The North American WCQ would be held the same weekend, and, shockingly, we'd see Dragon Ruler continue to dominate the space, taking first place piloted by Patrick Hoban, notably main decking 2
without Master of Blades, because you wouldn't make that ever.
copies of Vanity's Emptiness,
you
prepping for the mirror
didn't
in the main
play
deck,
it, like
as it
genuinely
was
you
reasonably
didn't.
going to be the most common matchup. This would end the WCQ circuit for the year and lead into the next
Because the whole Big Eye exchange is not bad for you. Because if they Big Eye your Draco Sack, you will be able to attack their Big Eye with the Crimson Blader. The Dragon Ruler mirror match was so centered around Crimson Blader, like it was unreal, because it wasn't possible to consistently OTK this deck, right? Because people would Swift Scarecrow was very popular and stuff like that, right? And so like Crimson Blader was the one way how you could try to kill the opponent, and if it didn't work, they could still not play the next turn, right? And so it was so centered around Crimson Blader that you would even play cards like Burai, right? The way you use Burai, because there's no Karakuris in the deck, you don't summon anything off of it. If you if your opponent passes on a Redox, which was very common if you had Maxi, they would stop after Redox. That was a whole nother thing. Like if you could, you would try to start by special summoning Blaster or Redox, or using Burner or Reactan as your first special summon always, because if you didn't do that and you got Maxied, you had to pass on a Dragon Ruler that was smaller than Crimson Blader. And that was, you immediately lost the game to Maxi. If you start with Stream or Lightning or Tidal Effect or Tempest Effect and they have Maxi, it's curtains, it's Jover. You get Crimson Blader, it's done. So that's why you wanted to start with Redox or Blaster in the first place, right? And so like that's how much it revolved around Crimson Blader. And then on the Redox thing, if you passed on Redox or Blaster, you could use Bouret to turn that into defense, and then make Crimson Blader to attack over it, right? That whole sequence needed 2 tuners, which meant that you needed Redox to revive the tuner, because you couldn't get a tuner other than normal summoning. So it was a combo that needed a decent amount of cards, but it was the reason you played Burai, right? You summon Burai, you turn their thing to attack, and then you revive the tuner with Redox, and then you make Crimson Dragon to attack over Redox in attack or Blaster in defense. That's how much it revolved around Crimson Blader. So at that time, you would never make Master of Blades. Like, that card legitimately just didn't have an application in how the mirror match was being approached.
Piloted by Patrick Hoban, notably main decking 2 copies of Vanity's Emptiness, prepping for the mirror in the main deck, as it was reasonably going to be the most common matchup. This would end the WCQ circuit for the year and lead into the next course.
I think if anything, the most impactful card in Number Hunters was probably Crazy Box, because it was a generic Eradicator target in the long run. And for some rogue decks in this format, if you wanted to beat Spellbooks, what you would do is just play Eradicator with Rank Force, right? That, like Fire Fist, for example, that they picked up a way to beat Spellbook with Crazy Box into Eradicator.
Prior to the World Championships in a month, and any hope of seeing a meta not dominated by Dragon Rulers would entirely rest on this new set.
Bujin to beat Dragon Rulers, Keck W.
Judgment
Star
of the
Eater
Light.
is cool.
Release date August 9th, 2013. Set type Core Set. Major strategies Bujin, Trap Tricks, Fire Fist. Impact setting up the meta half a year away. Judgment of the Light is an odd set looking back on it in retrospect. Not because it was bad, not by a long shot, but because even though a number of strategies released here would be meta, they were completely overshadowed on release due to the dragons raging in the background.
It was impossible to make. Like, they had 2 options. Either we make more support for Dragon Ruler or Spellbook, which would be completely outrageous, or we make new cards that will be viable after Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks are gone, which is what they decided to do. Nothing here had insane impact into the Dragon Ruler format, but a lot of it was good after Dragon Ruler.
The first of the new strategies of note was Bujin, a series of Beast Warrior Bujins and Beast and Winged Beast Bujinjis, with the Bujinjis providing some benefit to a Beast Warrior Bujin on the board by either discarding themselves or banishing themselves from grave. This initial wave included Yamato, who can add a Bujin from deck to hand in the end phase, discarding a Bujin if you did, Quillin, able to be banished from grave while you control a Beast Warrior Bujin to pop a face-up card, Turtle, able to banish itself from grave to negate a card that targets a Bujin, Crane, able to discard itself to double a Beast Warrior Bujin's attack in the damage step, Susanoo, a Bujin locked rank 4 that can attack all monsters once each and can detach to either search or dump a Bujin, and Bujin Carnation, which summons a Bujin from grave and the banished zone while you control no monsters but the opponent does. Bujin was one of the strongest examples ever of a helmet deck, basically aiming to stick Yamato and throw all protection onto it, being a simple concept of get the helmet and put on the damn helmet. An incredibly basic strategy, but had bones, needing a couple more worthwhile main deck Beast Warrior Bujins to be worth it. The other new archetype here was Trap Tricks, a series of earth insects and plants that interact with the normal Trap Hole cards, like the classic Trap Hole and the meta staple Bottomless.
I feel like there's a difference with how they've initially done the Trap Tricks artworks and with how they do them now. I can't quite put my finger on what that difference is, though, to be fair. I kind of like the old ones more, though.
Trap Hole, all being immune to whole normal traps. This first wave included Murmello, who searched a whole normal trap on normal summon and pops a spell trap on special summon, Nepenthes, who searches or summons a Trap Tricks from the deck if you activate a whole normal trap, and Trap Tricks Trap Hole Nightmare, a trap that negates and destroys a special summoned monster that activates an effect the turn it's summoned. This archetype did hold potential out the gate thanks to Murmello searching the ever-popular bottom list on normal summon, but would clearly need more support to do anything impactful in the metagame. Fire Fist would receive its most pivotal wave of support yet, being Rooster,
okay.
An OCG import that, if special summoned by a Fire Fist effect, searches a Fire Fist monster, able to send a fire formation to grave to set another from deck. This would be the piece that finally brought the 3-axis version of the deck together, able to search a copy of Spirit on Revive from a copy of Spirit or an initial summon from Horse Sprints, cycle a fire formation, then either make a rank 3 or a level 6 synchro, giving the strategy the follow-up potential it needed so badly. Unfortunately, the support would be too late for the deck to do anything relevant due to the environment around it and the next ban list, which would take effect prior to the first YCS it could potentially do anything at. Moving into other cards in the set, Galaxy Surfeit was a normal level 2 Dragon Tuner, useful for some Heradic and Dragon strategies for hitting certain levels in the extra deck. Mascamillion revives a 0 defense monster on summon, providing Synchro and Exceed access for specific strategies that happen to be searchable by King of the Feral Imps, which would come up in later formats. Flying Sea was the next Sea hand trap, able to summon itself to the opponent's board and lock Exceed.
BA Enjoyers in shambles, dude. BA Enjoyers in shambles.
Summons, seeing some experimentation. Armades Keeper of Boundaries was the newest Synchro 5 staple, able to stun effects while attacking, seeing play in any deck that could make him. Star Eater was a level...
Armades looks so badass. What the hell? If you look up close to it, that's a sick artwork.
11
Star Eater too, by the way.
Couldn't be stopped or responded to, and became immune to card effects while attacking, becoming an option for the Dragon Ruler extra deck using level 4 tuners, like the Bree Dragon. Number 66, Master Key Beetle, was a dark locked rank 4 that could detach to select a card on...
Okay, I don't like Key Beetle. Key Beetle Emptiness was annoying, to say the least.
field, protecting that card from destruction while on the field, and able to pop a protected card to protect itself, seeing play in Evil Swarm decks thanks to its ability to become an invincible threat by hitting Safe Zone onto itself, or to permanently lock special summons by targeting Vanity's Emptiness. Herald of Pure Light is a rank 2 that can add a card engraved back to hand, then shuffle a card in hand back into deck, being a decent recursion option for rank 2 decks. Transmodify was probably one of the most interesting pieces to experiment with from this set, able to send a monster to grave to summon a monster of the same type and attribute but one level higher from deck, seeing experimentation with multiple strategies from Agents to Dark World.
Was this already, was Archfiend limited at this time? I forgot what the state is. I know we have one launcher, but is Archfiend limited? Or is it at 3? Not yet, okay.
But finding a home in Infernity of all things, due to being able to change a spent Necromancer into an Archfiend. Cockadoodle-Doo was a TCG exclusive that could be a level 3, 4, or 5 based on how you summon it, being an interesting tuner for some decks to play with. Noble Knight Dristan would be the first solid target to summon with Madrot, able to pop a face-up card on field when equipped with a Noble Arm spell, which would naturally happen through Madrot's effect popping its equip on summon. Coach Soldier Wolfbark was an OCG import that could revive a level 4 Fire Beast Warrior in Grave, being a rank 4 enabler specifically for Fire Fist and Fire King decks. Speaking of, Fire King Avatar Yaksha was an OCG import that could destroy a monster on field or in hand on destruction, being a solid enabler for Fire King that the deck was desperately missing. Lastly, Fencing Fire Ferret can, upon being destroyed,
I love Fencing Fire Ferret. Burning the I played Fencing Fire Ferret so much at that time.
Opponent, being an option for countering out specific meta threats. The 2013 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship would be held the same weekend, and unsurprisingly, with all of the pieces of the deck available in both regions.
I swear to God, if you didn't use the fist bump picture for the world champion that year, that'd be a missed
Dragon Ruler
opportunity.
Absolutely dominated this tournament, taking 6 of the top 8, leaving only 2 spots for spellbooks. Huang Xian of Taiwan
No, you didn't use it.
The aforementioned Dragon Rulers, claiming the title of world champion for 2013. But there was one specific inclusion in his build that would be noted for all future.
The Eclipse Wyvern Light and Darkness Dragon was pretty sick.
Iterations of the deck, that being Dragon Ravine, the Dragoonity field spell. Ravine had one major purpose here, help load Dragon Rulers into the graveyard, as by discarding a card once per turn, you could effectively gain a repeatable Foolish Burial for the deck, which would continue to see play long after this event. It also had the side benefit of searching Corseska if you need.
It was, I would argue, I don't know his exact reasoning, but as someone who played at the time and almost exclusively played Dragon Rulers, I think his main reasoning for the Ravine was not to get access to the Dragon Rulers, because this deck didn't have that problem. The deck usually had all the rulers anyways. But the main reason why Dragon Ravine was good was because it set up the Eclipse Wyvern into Light and Darkness Dragon OTK line that was safe from Swift Scarecrow. That was the main purpose, because Swift Scarecrow was like a big deal in this mirror match. This mirror match was very decided by Swift Scarecrow. Like, for example, if you managed to, like I said earlier, a lot of it was about being able to Crimson Blader your opponent. One way how you could afford to get Crimson Bladered is if you get Crimson Blader, next turn you just don't do anything, and you just Swift Scarecrow them next turn, right? Like, you just live the next attack, and then it's like as if Crimson Blader didn't happen, right? Because, yeah, your opponent can summon some more monsters, but it's like, at this point, like, if they already have the board and you don't have anything that they can pop with their Draco Sacks, they have limited stuff that they can do, right? And because they have a Crimson Blader on the board, as soon as you get to play, you can do that really cool play where you go Colossal Fighter, double with your opponent's Crimson Blader, and then Colossal Fighter brings back their Crimson Blader. Dude, Colossal Fighter, best card ever made. So like, as long as you were able to skip one turn with Swift Scarecrow, it wasn't that bad if you got Crimson Blader, which was the main reason why everyone played cards like Swift Scarecrow, Battle Fader, whatever, right? For the World Champion, it was only in the side deck, but it's there. So Dragon Ravine being able to function as both a pseudo starter card, like, it's not better to draw Dragon Ravine than to draw a baby dragon directly, for example, but it's like, it works, it's a fine starter card, but it also has the option, it can give you a tuner in Corseska, but mainly it can access the Eclipse Wyvern Light and Darkness Dragon line. I think that was the genius behind this deck list, and I think that's what won him the World Championship. The fact that that he found a solution to this whole Swift Scarecrow game that people played, because people took this trying to stop your opponent's battle phase so far. There was a guy in top 4 at Worlds, I'm pretty sure it was top 4, who played Try for Tessops or whatever that thing is called, which is not even a good card, but that was how far people went to interact with the opponent in the battle phase. That's how far people went. What's Tsukuyomi for? So Tsukuyomi is one of the cards that people used to out Jaugen from spellbooks, and because spellbooks and dragon rulers were two very, very grindy decks, the fact that Tsukuyomi would return to your hand and you would basically have an out to the Jaugen for the rest of the game was pretty relevant, right? Like, it was like, even if they had Spellbook of Fate, they would have to probably banish your Tsukuyomi immediately and you were free for the rest of the turn. But yeah, show the card. Try for Tessops? I don't even know how you write that thing. Try for Tessops. Try for Tressops is what it's called. Hold up. Try for Tressops. During either player's turn, if your opponent summoned 3 or more monsters this turn, you can special summon this card from your hand. If summoned this way, it's unaffected by other card effects, but loses 500 defense during each player's standby phase. It's genuinely not a good card. But it was 2,800, which is enough defense to just sit there against stuff like Crimson Blader. And if your opponent goes for an OTK, you can summon this thing and sit on it. That's it. And they made top 4 at Worlds with this thing.
Needed a level 1 tuner. Following the World's performance with Dragon Ruler, the 2013 Collector's Tins would begin dropping, reprinting Blaster and Tidal in a much higher secret rarity, alongside super rare reprints of Karakuri Bure, Gagaga Cowboy, Firefist Bear, BLS, Catastor, and Gustav Max, with the latter being notable for releasing...
Oh, this was the time where the tins came with a bunch of, like, a pack of super rares, right? Is that how this worked?
EU region for the first time. However, the far more culturally significant impact, in fact the arguably most significant impact of all of 2013 on the game, would take place shortly after on September 1st, being on the surface another Banlist update, but this one was far different than any that came before it. Up until this point, the TCG Banlist was a direct one-to-one copy of the OCG's Banlist, which, notably, meant that we were receiving hits months in advance of the releases they were actually putting.
This is something that only Yugi boomers will understand and relate to, because the system is something that you would look at from the outside and you would be like, that does not make any sense. Because up until this point, like he's saying, we had the same ban list as the OCG. We had the same ban list as the OCG, even though our card pool was shifted for like months. Like, we got the cards months later, we still played under the same Forbidden Limited list. There were cards that we didn't even get all together, like OCG exclusives that we got at random times. It made no sense. It made no sense. So this was the time, and I don't know how long Konami TCG had to fight in order to gain the ability to make their own ban lists, but they eventually got the approval for it, and now from this point on, I mean, that was a good decision.
In place 4. Starting with this ban list, the TCG and OCG would officially split.
Like, don't get me wrong, I would still prefer, I think, if we had the same card pool as the OCG, like if TCG and OCG were the same, I would prefer that. But if they have to be separate for whatever reason, I would prefer to have my own ban list too, please, because I don't want to have a ban list for another game that's already 2 months ahead of myself, of my own game, you know, apply to my game. It makes no sense.
Each other, with the TCG now updating their ban list completely separately from the OCG, commonly referred to as the TCG-OCG split in the player base. Ironically, this would also be the largest ban list in the history of the game so far, seeing 15 bans, 18 limits, 5 semi-limits, and 9 unlimits.
15 bans! Wait, can I? There's no way I get them all together. There's no shot. Spellbook of Judgment was one of them. Super Rejuve? It limits all the... No, it bans... Oh, 4 baby dragons. 4 baby dragons. So that's 6. You said 15? The hell? Shockmaster, right?
Total of 47 changes in all. So let's dive in. Newly banned were the 4 baby rulers and Super Rejuvenation, directly targeted at kneecapping dragon rulers. Elemental Hero Stratos,
monster. Dude, Stratos did nothing wrong, let's be honest.
Various hero beat decks. Number 16, Shockmaster,
That makes
the
sense.
final nail in the coffin for windup. Card Destruction, the power play card of Dark Worlds. Gateway of the Six, putting an end to Six Samurai.
Good. Very good.
Pop-up nature. Heavy Storm, Monster Reborn,
Right,
Pot of Avarice,
right,
and Solemn Judgment hits to the meta staples. Spellbook of Judgment, killing the modern iteration of spellbooks outright. And Ultimate Offering, a spam summon card that hadn't caused many issues yet, but was clearly a ticking time bomb. Newly limited were Atlantean Dragoons and Deep Sea Diva as hit to Atlantean. Fire.
See, they did something that was very good, which was they made preemptive hits on this thing, right? This was overall, I think, a very well thought out ban list, because they were like, okay, we're going to hit Dragon Ruler and Spellbook, but we're not going to call it a day there, because if we do that, we're just going to go back to Mermail format completely.
Fifth Spirit as a hit to 3-axis. Constellar Ptolemy M7 and Evagishki Mind August hits to a Gishki loop. Duloran to prevent more loops. Genex Ally Birdman as a staple tuner. Rescue Rabbit, the cornerstone of various rank 4 strategies. Thunder King Ryo, Dimensional Fissure, Royal Tribute, Eradicator Epidemic Virus, Macrocosmos, and Soul Drain all as hits to stun decks. Gold Sarcophagus as a hit to Dragon Rulers, and Bottomless, Compulse, and Torrential as hits to the staple trap line. Newly semi-limited were Tenki, a hit to Beast Warrior decks, Dimensional Prison, a hit to the staple trap, and Mizuki.
Okay, limiting Deep Prison after Dragon Ruler format that's crazy. While you're in Dragon Ruler format and people resolve like, you know, Spellbook of Judgment as well, hitting Dimensional Prison on your list is that's outrageous. I'll say that. That was too much. You didn't need to hit Dimensional Prison.
Plague Spreader, and TG Striker all coming back from 1. Lastly, unlimited were Destiny Hero Malicious, the Agent of Mystery Earth, Tsukiyomi, A Hero Lives, Black Whirlwind, E-Emergency Call, Erratic Seal of Convocation, Pot of Duality, and Scapegoat, being a wave of cleanup. Needless to say, something was bound to change here, but on reveal, even though a lot was hit, there were glaring omissions. Even though the rulers lost the babies, Rejuve, and 2 of their gold sarks, the deck remained shockingly competent with all 4 rulers still legal at 3 copies each. And now that spellbooks were out of the way, there was no deck to really stand up against them. YCS Brussels would be held the same day as this list, though notably wouldn't be affected by it due to being a sealed pack YCS, using the new War
not YCS Brussels, man. I've told this story before. This is the one where I lost in top 8. Because this was the Battle Pack one, so sealed. Battle Pack 2, I think, at the time. This is the one where in top 8, I lost because, like, my opponent, game 3, my opponent has Scapegoat tokens and is on, like, 3,000 life points. I have a monster in attack position, and I have a trap card that changes the battle position of all the monsters. I forgot the name. And I'm like, I need to draw a monster here, and I can turn the Scapegoat tokens to attack position, and I win the game. And I draw a monster, and I get way too excited, and I normal summon it first. Oh, man, I normal summon it first. Because in that format, no, it was 0 gravity. Because Windstorm of Etaqua, I believe, only changes the position of your opponent's monsters. Hold up, I'll verify that. Windstorm of Etaqua. Yeah, exactly. Hold up. So Windstorm of Etaqua changes the position of only your opponent's monsters. And the other card is called 0 Gravity. And my deck had both, because they were both really good in that format. My deck had both. And I don't know if I thought I had Windstorm or if I just mistook one card for the other, but I normal summoned first, then used the trap card, which changed my monster to defense, and then I couldn't attack for game. And then I've never been punished for a misplay so hard in my entire life. There's a few misplays that I've done that have been punished, but in that situation, it was like my opponent was then down to like 1,000 life points, still had like no cards in hand or something, had like 2 Scapegoat tokens left or something, and ended up top decking, like, because it was Battle Pack format, ended up top decking like Graceful Charity into a Magician of Faith that added back Pot of Greed from the graveyard into like a crazy sequence, and I lost the game. And I was so tilted, man, because I just told you the story like 30 minutes ago, how I was trying to get top 4 at a YCS, and I didn't do it at YCS Lille. I lost in top 8, and then in YCS Brussels, I lost in top 8 to that shit. Oh my god, it was tilting. But it's part of the development, I suppose. You know, you got to go through this kind of stuff. There's no shortcut.
Giants Draft Pack. These YCSs are always the more interesting to cover thanks to dispelling the rumor that drafting is all luck when in reality it is heavily built.
What do you mean, Graceful and Pot of Greed? This is sealed format. This was a draft YCS where you got battle packs and you built your deck out of that. And Pot of Greed and Graceful were in that battle pack, so you could get them
on the back of deck building skill, which we'd see thanks to the finals being between some of EU's most consistent faces at the time, being Peter Gross and Michael Gruner, with Gruner taking the event in a 2-1 finals match, claiming the YCS title and the first copy of the newest YCS prize card, number 106 Giant Hand. This particular prize card reveal was a little controversial, as in recent years the prize card has been decent, but not something you'd really want to play in a meta deck, as compared to the SJC days where prize cards were extremely meta relevant and caused many issues in pricing. This time though, Giant Hand, while not the strongest rank 4 out there, did fill a niche in the rank pool by providing monster effect negation, leading it to actually see play during its prize card stint.
You think a draft YCS is good? I don't want to go into too much detail, but I personally think it's very fun. And I think it has a lot of advantages, like people not having to invest a lot of money to play, right? It would eliminate that factor. But judging from the numbers of attendance back then, I understand why they don't do them anymore, because the YCSs weren't that big. So on the one hand, I think it's super fun. On the other hand, I understand that, you know, they want to attract as many people as possible. So, and from that standpoint, they just weren't that special. So, I don't know.
Much to the horror of budget players.
Giant Hand was very annoying that it was a playable price card. Like I've said this in the Anotherverse discussion that's been held when they announced literal vanillas for price cards. But I personally think a YCS price card should do nothing but look sick and like not actually be meta relevant. And Giant Hand was like, the problem with Giant Hand was it was borderline playable. Like it wasn't broken, obviously, but it was also not bad. So there were scenarios where you were looking at your deck and you were like, I think this card should be here, right? But it was obviously a freaking YCS price card, so that was a problem.
YCS Toronto would be held the same day, and this event would paint a much more clear picture of the meta fallout, with there being no real top deck following the hit.
Dragon
seeing
Ruler
a new
Plants,
variant of Dragon Rulers,
that.
that being Dragon Ruler Plants, rise into the top meta position, though not in a convincing manner. The deck had pivoted to focus more on the Synchro Pool axis that had been experimented with prior, adding in more tuners than just the odd level 1s this time.
Is this just before people figured out Ravine Rulers was the way to go? I assume.
Like the Bree Dragon, in addition to the level modulating tuners like
deck.
Spore, giving you access to the level 11 pool for Star Eater. Spellbooks would pivot back to their own boss monsters for an endgame, such as High Priestess and World, giving the deck a far different feel than it had pre-Banlist.
Spellbook, unironically, was actually still fine. Like, that deck was okay. It was just Judgment overshadowed the natural ability of the deck to actually grind and win. Like, you just didn't need to worry about any of it if you could just go +5.
Dragoonity Ruler would be the other interesting development here, leaning hard into the recently discovered Dragon Ravine to not only fuel the rulers, but also to access the level 8 Synchro Pool easily through Ducks and Phalanx, making it the top 4 here. Edward Kwong would take the event on a more pure variant of Dragon Rulers, though notably still playing Dandelion from the plant package, just not the rest of it, also leaning into the Dragon Ravine discovery himself. Though the top cut here feels a lot more diverse than it was before, in reality 7 of the top 16 were just different flavors of Ruler, showing that despite the hits, nothing had really changed about them being the best deck, with the only question being which variant to play. And another variant was about to throw their hat into the ring with the next structure deck releasing 2 weeks later.
Okay. Nah, I mean... Blue Eyes? No.
Saga of Blue Eyes White Dragon.
That hat, maybe they tried to throw their hat in the ring, but the hat landed like friggin' 15 meters outside of the ring. That's maybe what they tried.
Release date, September 13th, 2013.
They didn't hit the ring, they missed
structure deck. Major strategies, Blue Eyes. Impact, another variant on the pile. Saga of Blue Eyes was an interestingly timed structure deck, releasing a wave of new support for Blue Eyes and general dragon support right at a time when dragons were more popular than ever. For Blue Eyes specifically, they received Maiden with Eyes of Blue, a tuner that, if attacked, summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from hand, deck, or grave, negates the attack, and swaps her battle position. And if targeted, summons a Blue Eyes as well, being a casual player's worst nightmare, requiring non-targeted, non-battle removal, or the ability to...
Yeah, the problem with this card is that you have to read it if you want to out it. That's the biggest issue. That's why the Yu-Gi-Oh community hates this card. Because it comes down, it has a lot of lines of text, and if you don't know what's on it, you might think you can just attack it or something like that, you know?
To deal with both her and the dragon she summons. They also received Azuri's Silver Dragon, a level 9 synchro requiring a normal monster non-tuner that gives dragons you control card effect targeting and destruction prevention on summon, and can revive a normal monster during each of your standby phases, being clearly intended as a boss for Blue Eyes specifically, but being extremely niche in its applications. Outside of Blue Eyes' specific support, the deck also brought Silver's Cry, a revival spell for dragon normal monsters, and Dragon Shrine, a foolish burial for dragons that can bin 2 dragons if the first one was
Dragon Shrine was unironically good in Dragon Rulers. Sometimes, I mean, it was a better foolish burial because we played vanilla dragons anyways in Flamvel Guard. You would basically get to send 2 dragon monsters with 1 card, which meant extra material for your dragon ruler. So like, even though losing your Flamvel Guard from your deck wasn't always ideal, which is why I don't think people, I don't think you would always play multiples of this card. Sometimes you wouldn't even play it, but like, it was a viable card for that reason.
Silver's Cry would fall into an extremely niche position on release, but Dragon Shrine would actually see some experimentation in Dragon Ruler, specifically thanks to it being able to bin 2 dragons at once, as the deck already played a normal monster usually in Flamvel Guard to access the double bin effect, though this would be niche for a time. Reprints here included Heraldic Dragon of Tefnuit, Trade-In, Cards of Consonance, 1-for-1, Monster Reborn, which had just been banned, Fiendish Chain, and Compulse, being a decent wave of staple reprints and useful tools. Following 2 weeks later would be another first of its kind set, being the Judgment of the Light Deluxe Edition, which is effectively an upgraded version of the previous special editions, but notably held printings of 2 cards that would be coming in the next core set, being Dragon Shield and Vampire Kingdom, though neither of these cards would be useful. YCS San Mateo would be held a week after that on October 6th, and clearly Dragon Ruler had once again fully taken over, seeing 12 total top spots between its pure and Divinity variants, taking first place piloted by Merlin Schumacher on a more pure variant. The Ravine inclusion was no longer a tech, it was now a staple in every version of the deck, marking what would become known as Ravine Ruler format for the remainder of the year, but that distinction was about to get worse. We had another Legendary Collection release coming in the next week, and though it appeared to be unassuming, it was about to bring something down on the format that would cause the next 2 months of the game. The
disqualification here was so funny, but it wasn't relevant to include. Wait, which one? What happened? I don't know that story. Maybe I remember if you drop me a hint, but I don't remember that story. What was that about? Back up to the pie chart. Back to the pie chart we go. Oh, because it says 1 disqualification down here. Okay, I didn't see that. A player was DQ'd between top 32 and 16. Okay. So why is that funny? He wrote Swagatic instead of Hieratic on his deck list. There's no way. I've never heard of that story. What? There's no shot. Wait, that's the reason they wrote Swagatic instead of Hieratic on it. That's so funny, man. What? That's not real. That's not real. Is that real? Oh god, Swagatic Seals of the Heavenly Spheres, man. What? Imagine. Oh man, imagine. That is so funny. Okay, that might be the funniest disqualification to ever happen, if that's true. Oh man.
Legendary Collection 4, Joey's World. Release date, October 11th, 2013. Set type, reprint set. Major strategies, anything touched by Joey in the original anime. Impact, one import that should have stayed out.
No, not 6
Legendary
cents.
Collection Joey's World is an odd release in retrospect, much like a lot of this year in the game, bringing reprints of a bunch of older DM era cards, many of which are banned, just like Yugi's World before it, but also importing a single OCG card far after its ban in the OCG, which we'll talk about shortly. First of all, the reprints. Jinzo, Fiberjar, Red Eyes Wyvern, Red MD, Raigeki, Monster Reborn, Pot of Greed, Giant Trunade, Premature Burial, Scapegoat, Foolish Burial, Bottomless, Feather Duster, Lava Golem, Mirror Force, Solemn Judgment, the Dark World Core, Necro Valley, Heavy Storm, MST, Rhoda, Super Rejuve, Book of Moon, Pot of Avarice, Trade-In, Torrential, Compulse, and Imperial Iron Wall would all be reprinted here, with most of these already being banned in the current format. However, Joey's World also released a card that's been banned for years now that was finally imported from the OCG, being Sixth Sense, a trap that lets you call 2 results on a die, roll it, and if it's a number you called, you draw.
The card also accurately depicts your opponent's response when you activate this card. This is how every single one of your opponents looked when you flipped over this card. Which is, it's one of the only Yu-Gi-Oh cards to do that. To not only be incredibly broken, but also encapsulate your opponent's look on its artwork.
That many cards, otherwise milling the result. This card had been banned in the OCG since March of 2005, and when it was printed here, we all expected that that would hold. However, Konami apparently had a different idea. On October 11th, the same day as Joey's World's release, 6 cents was put to limited on the TCG.
Okay, chat. We're gonna have a discussion with no winners now. Declare 2 numbers from 1 to 6. Then your opponent rolls a 6-sided die, and if the result is one of the numbers you declared, you draw that many cards. Otherwise, send the number of cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard equal to the result. What do you call if you're playing Dragon Rulers? Go. Which are the 2 numbers you call? So, The fun thing about this question is that if you're playing a deck, so there's 2 outcomes, right? You either draw that many cards or you mill a number of cards of whatever you didn't call, right? And so in any deck where milling doesn't do you anything good, you will always go for 5 or 6 because, you know, you always have the same chance of hitting for the draws, so you might as well shoot as high as you can. And if you hit, you draw 5 or 6 cards, right? But in a deck like Dragon Rulers, where milling cards would actually benefit you sometimes, like milling cards also had some value. Like you can think of it of like, you know, drawing 2 cards is always +2, right? Like, or like +1 rather. If you activate Pot of Greed, that's a +1 because you get 2 new cards, right? Milling cards is a little more difficult to evaluate because if I mill 5 cards in Dragon Rulers, how much is that worth? You know, like on average, is that worth 0 cards? Is that worth 1 card, 2, 3, so on and so forth, right? And so in Dragon Rulers back then, there was basically a discussion going on, and people would disagree like crazy on what number you would call with 6 cents. People were like, just call 5/6, just call 5/6, and try to draw as many cards as possible. Some people would even call like 2 or 3 because they would say like, if I call 2 or 3. I can either just go plus by drawing 2 or 3 cards, which is good enough for me. But if I miss, unless it's a 1, if I call 2 and 3 and it's like it's not a 1, if it's 4, 5, 6, I mill a decent chunk of cards, still making the card worth it, right? So on and so forth. So I personally, I think I called 3 and 4. With the reasoning being, if you call 3 and 4, drawing 3 or 4 cards is more than enough to win the game, usually, right? In any neutral game state. Like, unless your opponent is Omega winning and you need to draw specific outs to a situation, then you would call 5 or 6. But, like, in a normal game state, I would call 3 or 4, because drawing 3 or 4 cards in a normal game state would win you the game, right? On a 5 or 6... milling 5 or 6 cards in a neutral game state was also very likely to win you the game, meaning you had 2/3 of a chance to get a really good outcome, kind of minimizing, because 1 or 2 is always going to be bad no matter what, right? In a deck like Modern Tier Limits, unironically, you would probably call like 1 or 2 or something like that, because milling 3, 4, 5, 6 is insane. But yeah, I don't know. I was on the verge of calling. I called 3 or 4 with this because I thought drawing 3 or 4 is enough and milling 5 or 6 is pretty good. So you minimize bad outcomes. And then there was like weird people that would come around the corner and be like, yeah, you obviously called 2 and 4, or 2 and 5 or something like that. Like call 3 and 6. Whatever, like, I don't know, people had the wildest theories for what you should call with 6 cents, which I never understood the reasoning behind calling something like 3 and 6 or something like that. Like, I think it just depends on how much value your deck gets from milling a lot, because if you get a lot of value from milling a lot, you should just call you should leave 5 or 6 to be the milling outcomes, basically. 2 and 3 is fair. 2 and 3 is fair. I think 2 and 3 is the lowest risk option in a deck that plays a lot of good mills, because you can go like, if I draw 2 cards, it's still a +1. If I draw 3, it's really good. If I mill 4, 5, 6, it's solid. So 2 and 3 or 4 or 2, 3, I understand. 3, 4, I preferred. Everything else, I never really went for. Because I feel like when you call 5 and 6 with this, in most scenarios, it's like 2/3 for it to be bad and 1/3 for it to be completely insane. Which on average I don't think is better, or like it's a lot of variance at least.
Banlist, meaning that.
By the way, the correct answer is you should call for this card to be banned. So you were all wrong. The correct answer was you should call for this card to be banned.
At least until the next ban list, the card was legal to use in the TCG, and I'm sure that won't cause any kind of issues having a draw 5 or 6 or mill 1 to 4 in a format dominated by a deck that loves to play out of the graveyard. Just 2 weeks after this, Weekly Shonen Jump Alpha would finally release a promo worth talking about this year, being Vulcan the Divine, a level 6 synchro that bounces a card you control and a card the opponent controls on synchro summon, locking you from using that bounce card for the rest of the turn, being a clause clearly placed on it to prevent loops. This would be a solid inclusion to the level 6 synchro pool moving forward, not quite becoming.
I mean, this was mainly good for 3-axis Fire Fist at some point, but we didn't have it in Europe, I think, because it was a jump promo, so I never got to play with this card being relevant.
Staple, but remaining a solid
but
option.
It's a really cool card.
YCS London would be held 3 days after that on October 27th, and what?
And who would have guessed? This was, I think, the first time I made top 4 at a YCS in Ravine. Dude, Ruler format. I was on fire during Ruler format. I lost in top 4 of this event to a 6 cents drawing 5 cards.
Now would you look at that? Dragon Rulers had fully gone into overdrive with 6 cents becoming legal, completely dominating the event and taking first place piloted by Patrick Ryder, with almost every publicly available list playing the new trap tool. On a much less important note, following that performance was the 5Ds manga Volume 5 release, which brought a new take on a classic synchro, being Stardust Spark Dragon, a level 8
I did show your list, Wink. Oh, did you show the... Oh, I know which one you would show. Yeah, I know which one.
On a turn on a quick effect.
Yeah, that's next one. That's next YCS,
covering a more general spread of circumstances. This would lead us into the last set release of the year, and any hope for Dragon Ruler's reign ending anytime soon would have to rest on its shoulders.
Ooh, Felgrand.
Shadow Specters. Release date, November 7th, 2013. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Ghost Trick, Bujin, Noble Knight. Impact, nothing until the beast is dropped. Shadow Specters was the final set release of 2013, and if it wanted to change anything...
Wait, this has 3 Dragon and Water Dragon, right?
It really had the wrong card pool to do it, as this particular release would do nothing to the meta overall, merely setting up archetypes for their next waves. Starting with the headliner of the set, Ghost Trick was a series of fiends, spellcasters, and zombies focused on disruption and flipping cards face down, aimed at winning via a war of attrition in a way, with most main deck monsters sharing an effect to flip themselves face down once per turn.
I loved your Madrid feature where you double cycloned Emptiness. Well, I mean, the list he's talking about is not the double cyclone, because that's 2014.
This introduction wave included Lantern, able to summon itself from hand face down if the opponent attacks directly or attacks a Ghost Trick, negating the attack. Spectre, able to summon...
But you're right, that's probably, that's the most memorable feature match moment from YCS Madrid. You're right, yeah, fair enough. It's definitely, that is the most memorable feature match, the thing that happened on a feature match in that YCS.
Itself from hand face down if a Ghost Trick is destroyed.
Let's just say it like that.
When you do. Zhangxi, able to search a Ghost Trick on flip whose level is less than or equal to your total number of face-up Ghost Tricks. Alucard, a rank 3 that can detach to pop a set card on field. Mansion, a field spell that blocks attacking face-down monsters and halves battle damage from non-Ghost Trick monsters. And Scare, able to flip any number of your monsters up, then flip monsters the opponent controls face down up to the number of Ghost Tricks you control. Ghost Tricks here would be considered a fun casual level option.
I mean, Ghost Tricks... Let's face it, Ghost Tricks are pretty ass, but their extra deck cards are pretty good. Even nowadays, you still play them in like Pearly. But at the time, Alucard was the only really good one.
But would be nowhere near strong enough to enter the meta, with their most relevant piece being Alucard as a contribution to the rank 3 staple pool. Bujin would receive its second main deck Beast Warrior in Mikazushi, able to summon itself from hand if a Beast Warrior Bujin is destroyed, able to search a Bujin spell trap in the end phase if a Bujin was sent from hand to grave that turn while you controlled it. And Kakutsuchi, a Beast Warrior locked rank 4 that can mill 5 on summon, boosting by 100 for each Bujin milled, able to prevent the destruction of a Beast Warrior Bujin by detaching a material. Just the inclusion of a second main deck Beast Warrior Bujin would increase the power of the deck significantly, though was still unable to perform well in the Dragon Ruler dominated environment. Noble Knight would receive another solid couple of cards in Boars, who was able to become level 5 while equipped with a Noble Arms card, and can reveal 3 Noble Arms in deck to add 1 at random to hand and put the rest in grave. And Sacred Noble Knight of King Artorigus, a Noble Knight...
I swear to God, didn't we see exactly this card like 30 minutes ago? I could swear it was this exact same card.
Knight locked rank 5 that equips up to 3 Noble Arms from grave to itself on summon, can detach 1 to pop a monster on field, and floats into a Noble Knight engrave on destruction. With this release, Noble
That's
Knight's
the rank 5. Was the other one that I'd rather no. I'm living in a reality where it's the same card. It doesn't matter. It's the same.
Finally had a solid line to access on turn
It's the same.
1, with Madrat into Boars giving access to the rank 5 pool thanks to Boars grabbing another Noble Arm spell to make Madrat level 5 again. While competent now, Noble Knight would still not be meta, but with this release, the evolution of the TCG exclusive archetypes development process was on display, showing growth in their design space, now aimed at releasing batches of about 5 cards per core set for the current TCG exclusive archetype. While it was too late for Noble Knights to be saved realistically, it gave hope for the next TCG exclusive.
Did this set have the vampires? Well, we already looked at Vampire Kingdom or something like that in some side set earlier, so vampires were already out. I don't know. Shadow Spectre sounds like the correct set to put the vampires in. I'm not. It sounds like the one.
As for some of the other releases here, Labradorite Dragon was another level 6 normal dragon for the Heretic pool, giving the pool a tuner to use for their strategy. Mythic Tree and Water Dragons were a duo clearly intended to work with each other, with water summoning itself if you control an earth monster.
They were also pretty clearly designed to work with dragon rulers, because there's not that many water dragons and earth dragons that they made, and then like coincidentally making these two in that year, it was pretty much meant to be a dragon ruler, a way of playing the dragon ruler deck. So like you would just have to, all you had to do was assemble both of these and you would get a rank 8. Because Mythic Tree Dragon can make itself level 8 if you have Mythic Water Dragon. It can even make itself level 7 if you have a title. So this card was generally like the cards were okay, but I don't think it was the best version of Dragon Rulers that played those cards, but they were viable.
And Tree able to copy the level of a water dragon you control to itself, giving access to a rank 8 by themselves. These would be experimented with in Dragon Rulers, as they could access the rank 8 pool, but also Tree could copy the level of a title onto itself for an additional rank 7 access point. The Baby Raccoon cards would also be released here, being Ponpoko, able to summon a level 2 beast from deck face down on normal summon, Tantan, who summons a level 2 beast from deck on flip, and number 64, Ronin Raccoon Sendayu, a beast locked rank 2 that can detach to summon a Kagemusha Raccoon token that matches the attack of the strongest monster on the field on summon. It's a very cool archetype. Preventing itself from destruction while you control another beast, being a solid budget rogue level deck to play around with. Divine Dragon Knight Felgrand was a rank 8 that could detach on quick effect to make a monster unaffected by other effects that turn, negating its own effects, being a powerful rank 8 option for the pool. Mistake was a continuous trap that locked adding cards from deck to hand outside of drawing, being a solid...
I hate to say it, but I have really no other way of putting it, but Mistake was also a mistake.
Side deck floodgate for certain matchups. Grisaille Prison, if you controlled a fusion, ritual, or tribute summoned monster, locks players from synchro and exceed summoning until the end of the opponent's next turn, being an extremely powerful floodgate option for certain strategies. Lastly, White Dragon Wyver Burster and Black Dragon Collapse Serpent were OCG imports that can summon themselves by banishing the other attribute from grave, searching the other when sent to grave, being decent options for chaos strategies, not seeing play now, but would be heavily considered in the future. 2 weeks later would be the second wave of the yearly collectible 10s, bringing secret rare versions of Tempest and Redox to finish out the series, alongside super rare reprints of Thunder Seahorse, Gear Gigantex, number 50 Black Ship of Corn, Diamond Direwolf, and Spellbook of the Master, reprinting some of the more valuable secret rares. I'm
pretty sure Black Ship of Corn wasn't in Europe before this. I might be wrong though.
In the format in a much easier to access rarity and location. YCS Turin would follow a week after this on December 1st, being the final YCS. This is where you're going to show my list. This is where you're going to show my list, dude.
Unironically, I was on fire in 2013. I made top 4 at this one as well.
YCS of the year. And once again,
this list was pretty cool.
Would dominate thanks to the combination of Ravine and 6 sets.
Top 4 and yeah, I never won in 2013. It was sad.
That honor would go to Samuel Padigo on Karakuri Geargia, utilizing similar strategies to before, but now having added in the Geargia.
Now for this, I have no explanation how this won. It was not my fault. I lost to the other person in top 4. Like the other finalist. I did not do this. I'm not responsible for this whatsoever.
Mono monsters with Geargia gear to flood the board and access their rank 4s rapidly. Also utilizing a single copy of Redox as an extra body and a monster reborn of sorts. As for other developments here, Influence Dragon would begin to appear.
This is my list. Yeah. This list was so cool. Oh, I loved some of the discoveries there. The Influence Dragon was my idea. So Influence Dragon was so the whole deck revolved a lot around the different levels of tuners and debris dragon target and card of consonant targets and stuff like that. And I had the idea of, hey, what if we play a level 3 dragon tuner that you can discard for a card of consonance and search with a dragon ruler that is also a debris dragon target, because then we can make Trident Dragon, which can then pop, you know, our Dragon Ravine or our... Does Trident Dragon pop cards or monsters? I don't remember. You can definitely pop your Debris Dragon. And maybe also the Dragon Ravine. I think it's cards, maybe it's monsters, I don't remember. And it makes for very, very easy OTKs. And that was also why we played Divine Wrath over some other discard traps, because you would just OTK the opponent under Scarecrow and stuff like that. It was a pretty cool list for at the time. I was pretty proud of it at the time. The Influence Dragon discovery. The Trigon was another thing. People just played Trigon because it was a level 3 target for the Debris Dragon that you could also use like with Blaster and all that, and you would just be able to make, because it was very important to be able to make Ancient Fairy Dragon with Debris Dragon. Because that was one of the core setup things on the first turn. You would start Debris Dragon after Ravine. Like Ravine sends Trigon, Debris Dragon brings back Trigon, makes Ancient Fairy pops your Ravine for another Ravine, and so on and so forth. Very often, because this is one of the funnest things about this Dragon Ruler format, this still was when you could only have one field spell on the board. So it was a lot about canceling your opponent's Ravine with your own Ravine. It was like a field spell war kind of situation, right? And it was very fun. It introduced a lot of skill into the format, because Ancient Fairy Dragon could make it so you can pop your opponent's Ravine to get your own, but then on the first turn, there was also this other dimension of plays. Like you can pop your own Ravine and then activate the next one to fill your graveyard up more, or you can pop your own Ravine to get a follow-up Ravine and not use it immediately to be able to have a counter to your opponent's Ravine next turn, right? So basically, getting rid of the Ravine on your field so that your opponent can't destroy it for free, have a backup one in hand, so when your opponent goes Ravine, you have a free removal for it next turn to get down your own Ravine, and so on and so forth, right? It was a very fun format. Also, sitting on Ancient Fairy Dragon was one of the better ways to do, one of the better things to do when you got max seed. Like just make Fairy Dragon, search backup Ravine, sit on a 3k Fairy Dragon. It's calm, like usually fine. It was a very fun back and forth format. Arguably more fun than the full power Dragon Ruler one. A pretty damn cool format. 6 cents and Return ruin it a little bit. Although Return was one of the most hated cards at the time, I will say Return would actually not take that much skill out of the format, because good players would have more ways to play around Return than bad players usually. Like it was astonishing how often Return would not help the worst player win, or how much, like how often it felt like when you were the better player anyways, you didn't need Return to do it. But this was also the first, I want to say the first iteration of a quote-unquote gentleman's agreement, where I remember whenever I played against people that I knew at the time, it was a very common thing to be like, hey, do you want to side out 6 cents and Return for game 2 and 3? And both players would do it, right? That was a very common thing at the time, which obviously backfired in Necros format. The fact that this was the first time I remember something like this being the case.
A level 3 tuner allowing access to Trident Dragion for sudden OTK pushes. Bujin would see a top here sporting Kaiser Coliseum to even the playing field a bit, able to comfortably sit on just Yamato for turns on end thanks to locking swarming from the opponent. Mythic Wood and Water Dragon would make...
Isn't that considered collusion? I don't know. It was a thing in... It was normal back then. And then during Necros format, it was something that Patrick Hoban did with the Jin, right? But the thing is, with Return and 6 cents, both were limited. So if you could see your opponent's Return and 6 cents, it was like obvious that they had taken them out. But with with Jin, what Patrick Hoban did was he would show his opponent the Jin, right, that he would side out, but he had a second one in the side deck that he would side in, right? And I think at the time this was a normal thing, but after the Jin thing happened, they said that they added it to the policy document to not do it. During this format, it never caused a problem. No one cared about it, pretty much. Like, if two people wanted to do it, and then whatever, like, you know, do it. I don't think it's a problem. But after the Jin thing, I saw that it was a problem there, and then they just put it into the policy that you can't do it anymore. So whatever.
The occasional appearance here in lists to access the rank 8 pool for Dragon Rulers, specifically for Heliopolis, Giant Grinder, and the newly released Felgrand. And with that,
and you tell us the incident? I just told you the incident. It was that Patrick Hoban had Jin in his main deck, and it was a very common thing during Necros format because Jin took a lot of skill out of Necros mirrors. It was a very common thing that people would ask, hey, do you want to side out? Do you agree to both of us side out their Jin? Which was usually a one-off in 99.9% of the decks, right? And so you would just both side out the Jin and play game 2 and 3 without Jin lock, right? And what Patrick Hoban did was he thought he was extra smart, and he had a second Jin in his side deck, because what would happen is there were a lot of cards in the Necros deck that were dedicated to outing your opponent's Jin lock, right? Whatever, books, Darkhold, DD Warrior Lady, whatever, you name it. People played outs to the Jin lock, and they weren't normally very good in the Necros mirror. So what would happen is, if both players agreed to side out Jin, people would also take out the outs to the Jin lock, right? People would side out the cards that would out the Jin lock, and then Patrick Hoban sided in a second Jin, which at the time sparked an outrage, but wasn't against the rules. So you can think of it whatever you will. I'm gonna leave that completely up to you. I don't want to comment on it. But after that happened, they added it to the policy that you can't do these sort of things. Like, just in general, they just removed this sort of gentleman's agreement kind of thing, right? Like, you just can't do it anymore.
And Yu-Gi-Oh! Would come to an end, seeing a bit of a shocking outcome for those who view these formats as Tier 0, as a very interesting result has come to my attention while researching this period. I've long stood as someone who said that the original Dragon Ruler format was not a Tier 0 format, and looking back on the results now, that is true. Prior to any hits, Dragon Ruler only took 31% of the representation in full, 52.5% when adjusted with the unknown list removed, which is far below the standard 65% threshold most Tier 0 formats are qualified by. However, a very interesting result occurs when you analyze the result of Dragon Ruler's post 6th Sense release. Of the top 64 spots available in the YCS's following 6th Sense's release, Dragon Ruler variants took a shocking 65%.
I would also argue that Dragon Ruler Spellbook format was not a Tier 0 format, simply because by definition it couldn't be. Because there were just... Spellbook was too powerful for Dragon Ruler to be Tier 0. Simple as that. Which, it doesn't really matter which kind of tag you put onto a format. It doesn't really matter. Dragon Ruler's power level doesn't change if you call it a Tier 0 format or Dragon Spellbook format or whatever. The deck remains the same. It's only a classification problem, I suppose, and there isn't even a clear classification for what's Tier 0. But I personally wouldn't call 2013 Dragon Ruler Spellbook format a Tier 0 format. It's a very high power level format that basically only has 2 decks, which together, basically the way I look at it is Dragon Ruler and Spellbook, I view them as one entity, and together they're Tier 0, right? That the power level of these 2 decks is far beyond everything else. So they kind of make up the Tier 0 portion of any sort of tier list you could make for that time, right? They are by far the best above the rest, right? I think Dragon Ruler was better than Spellbook, but that's also arguable. People argue with that a lot for some reason, but it's okay. Both of those decks, incredibly powerful. After the ban list that banned the baby dragons, it was incredibly obvious that the Dragon Rulers were still completely broken, and Spellbook of Judgment was gone. So arguably, after that ban list, you could argue Dragon Rulers were Tier 0. There were decks that could compete. You know, I remember people playing Evil Swarm a decent amount still. Spellbook without Judgment was still a viable strategy. People went back to Mermail a little bit, I think. Bujin was something that people messed around with. I don't remember exactly what else people would play, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Dragon Ruler after the baby dragons got hit, after that huge ban list, they were the king of that format. I think it was tier 0 at the time. You could call it that for sure.
5.6% of the representation, 76.4% if you adjust for the unknown lists, which is above the threshold regardless of how you look at it. So interestingly enough, Dragon Ruler did have a tier 0 format, just not the one everyone claims is the tier 0 format, which would be quelled.
So I think Dragon Rulers are, I think the end of 2013, maybe not exactly the end of 2013, but this era of Yu-Gi-Oh, these couple years, right? Basically the end of Zexal, which I guess also includes 2014, but that's like towards the end of what I would say old school Yu-Gi-Oh, that was a lot of focus on grindy games, right? And Dragon Rulers were simply put the king of any sort of grind game you would ever have in the game at the time. There was never and that's what made them broken. And that's specifically why the Dragon Rulers are also not problematic today anymore, because they still do the exact same thing. The Dragon Rulers would guarantee that you pretty much never run out of resources, and you can unfold their full potential over multiple turns. The thing is, Yu-Gi-Oh has changed over the last years to a game that is still a very good game, just not as centered around grinding, right? Grinding still happens in Yu-Gi-Oh, but a main focus of a deck is usually not the grind game, which was the case with Dragon Rulers. Dragon Rulers were so good because there was no deck in the game that could outlast them, but there was also no deck in the game that could kill them fast enough, because decks simply didn't do that back then, most of the time. And there is simply... that kind of game doesn't really exist anymore. There's only very few decks that do it like this today. Like I guess you could look at Runick as a deck that does that, fair. Maybe Labyrinth is a deck that can do that also really never runs out of resources, and once it has control over the game, it'll never lose. But the majority of cards, or the majority of decks that have good grind game, are not being played because they have good grind game. They are being played because they are good decks. Cards need to have more... Cards need to do more things up front, basically, is what I'm trying to say nowadays, right? Because Dragon Rulers, if you look at them from what they do in one turn, is not that much, because each individual Dragon Ruler only is like, hey, one search, or one summon, or one discard effect, right? That's all they do. That's all a Dragon Ruler does up front as your first thing that you get when you activate the card. When it gets really crazy is when you do it over multiple turns, right? And it's like nowadays, I think it's the other way around. Most viable decks or cards nowadays do a majority of their work up front on the first activation, right? And the bonus comes in. A deck becomes really grindy and good in the long term if the cards have like a secondary minor thing that comes in the long term, right? Stuff like, hey, if I'm in the graveyard, you can banish me to take back a card from the grave, or protect the card from being destroyed, or add a card back from banished, or search a card from your deck, except the turn this card is sent to the graveyard. That kind of stuff, right? That's the kind of stuff that they put on cards these days as a secondary effect to make decks like useful in the grind game, right? They have a primary effect, which is what they are being played for, and then they have secondary effects to make sure that you don't run out of value, right? Which is the only way they can do it, because you wouldn't play cards anymore that are primarily played for the grindy aspect of things. Because one great example of this is Pot of Avarice, a card that was so good back in the day, that doesn't even see play these days anymore, because you don't really want to play cards that do nothing immediately, right? You don't get anything. You basically don't get anything up front from Pot of Avarice when you draw your opening hand. That card is essentially a blank, right? You have to work for that card to give you grind game, right? Which is like it's a problem in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? That's a problem in modern Yu-Gi-Oh if you have to work for a card to even do anything for you, and it does nothing immediately, right? Which that being said, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because it's just in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's still a lot of gameplay that happens these days. It just happens within one turn. So cards that work over multiple turns by design aren't as strong anymore. But the games can still be very good. It's just that most of the actions happen in less turns than back in the day, which doesn't necessarily make the game worse, but it makes cards worse that were designed to work over multiple turns, like the Dragon Rulers.
Did have a Tier 0 format, just not the one everyone claims is the Tier 0 format, which would be quelled going into 2014, but that's a story for another day. A huge shout out to my Dark Lord.
Alright, hey, once again, very well done. The link to the video is pinned in chat, so do me a favor, if you enjoyed the watch along, if you enjoyed the video, make sure to give the Law yugioh a little bit of a subscription or a like on the video. If you enjoy the content, make sure to do that. And thank you for making these. I can't wait for 2014. Appreciate you. Okay. That being said, this took I can't say it took longer than I expected, because I kind of expected it to take very long, but it still always blows my mind. We start doing these and then suddenly it's like 2 hours later. But here we are at 4:30. We don't have that much time. I was planning to do the guess the price, but that's too long. That is too long for today. So what we can do for the last 30 minutes, is we have two options and you guys can decide, because I don't mind either. We can either talk a little bit about Phantom Nightmare, look at, like, I don't know, I thought maybe we look at like pre-sale prices for the set, discuss some of the stuff that's in it, whether it's a good set or not, good cards to look out for, that kind of stuff. If you guys don't mind, we can do that. The other option is we can do the new APS video called I'm Tired of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Extra Deck, which is a 9-minute video, which with some discussion it's probably like a 20-minute situation. I'm just gonna throw up a poll because I don't really mind. And you guys can just decide. All right, I'll throw the poll up. You guys have a minute. Destroyer, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Appreciate you. As always, if you guys are enjoying the content, using a free Prime subscription or a normal subscription on the channel means a lot to me, shows your support, keeps the channel going. Appreciate you all for watching and for supporting the channel as much as you do. All right, this is close. So if you prefer one of the two, make sure you vote. The poll is still running. All right. Dude, 51 to 49%. It's never been this close on a poll. Okay. All right. And it is Phantom Nightmare Yapping that you guys have voted for. Moist, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Okay. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure we're going to watch this at some point. So don't, don't worry. We'll probably do it at some point as well. As well as the guess the price. It's always just like with these long videos, I have to find a spot to put them. Because I usually, when I plan my streams, I don't make it like, I don't usually plan reaction sections. It's usually something that just happens if I notice, oh, we have some time, or I've gotten food and I want to, that kind of stuff. Usually I plan other stuff doing that. So long videos are hard to incorporate, especially the friggin' recaps, because they take forever because I can't stop yapping. But we'll find room for these videos at some point, I think. Okay. Phantom Nightmare, I thought was a good thing to look at. Hold up. Let me also put it up in a different form, because I have encountered a problem this morning, which is that because we're doing IRL content on the TCG at the moment, right, with the physical cards, and I want to do that as fast as possible with Phantom Nightmare. which is as soon as next week Thursday is when it releases, right? And I have found a way to get the cards on the Thursday, right? Immediately when they drop. I found someone who said, yeah, if you tell me early enough what you need, I can get them ready for you, and you can get them on the Thursday. The only problem is I have to pre-order the cards, which I'm not entirely sure how smart it is. So I felt like it was good to do this to talk about it a little bit, because I have to think about, you know, which cards I think are going to be good, which cards I think are going to hold up, and so on and so forth, you know. Hamoud, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate you. We're definitely going to do way more of the deck building and all that kind of stuff. It's definitely part of the plan. All right, so we have, on the one hand, I have opened Phantom Nightmare. Let me hop over to the other side because of the prices on the right side. We have Phantom Nightmare pre-sales on Card Market going. And I've already looked at it briefly, and I think some of it is reasonable, some of it isn't. But I guess we'll talk about it a little bit. And then we have here we have some of the images, which is easier to look at, right? So that's that. So to put it into words is tough on Phantom Nightmare, because the set, on the one hand, I'm kind of looking forward to the set generally. Like genuinely, I think it's going to be a cool set that I am personally, as a player, excited for. Right? Just do grid in Card Market. Oh wait, do they have the images yet? They don't have the images for a lot of them, but for some, I guess that kind of works. It's still better, I think, than the previous one. Let me make it smaller though. So yeah, like this. Yeah. I think it's a pretty good set. Like genuinely, I am, when I have to put it into words, I am mostly excited for this entire like Year of the Fire thing, right? And this is I want to look at it a little bit separated from the price issue, because we've talked about the price issue. I'm excited for Fire format to finally begin, right? Because as a competitive player, at the end of the day, I know it sucks when cards are expensive, but I'm still going to probably play the decks that are good. And the last couple weeks, also for me as a content creator, and even as the entire community, it feels like all we have been doing is we've just been waiting and waiting and waiting for Phantom Nightmare, right? I've been noticing it during my streams that like the excitement for the current TCG format pre-Phantom Nightmare is less and less. It's not really there, right? Like people aren't as excited. I'm not as excited. For example, I wasn't as excited for the regional that I went to with Bystial Runick, because I knew that format was gonna be like just not that relevant. You know, no YCSs during the time. The biggest set of the upcoming year probably just around the corner. All that kind of stuff. It just feels like we're stuck in this waiting room, and Phantom Nightmare finally puts an end to it, right? And so that's what I'm mostly excited for, right? That is what I'm mostly excited for. Of course, we don't have any European YCSs announced yet, but that, I mean, still, like, the Phantom Nightmare format is going to begin, right? And it's going to be relevant for probably all the way until Nationals, Euros, maybe even Worlds, who knows, right? And there are, even though, like, I want to say one thing in terms of from a value perspective. The set is not going to be as good as Age of Overlord, for example, right? Like you already see it here in the pre-sale, and I'm going to exclude the quarter centuries for now, because discussing about quarter century prices, I don't really think there's much point to it. You already see that there's not that many cards that are incredibly expensive from this set, right? Which in some ways is a very good thing. I feel like the decision to make some of these cards like Poplar and Promethean Princess ultra rares is one that, while it's going to impact the set in terms of its profitability for vendors, definitely it's going to be a negative for those kind of, for the set. For the community, it's very good, because like the people are like tired of spending that much money for cards, right? And so like, yeah. Me personally, that it even gets even more excited for the set. Like I genuinely am more excited for Phantom Nightmare now because I know I can pick up some of the cards that I'm interested in without spending a fortune on it. So I'm personally like I'm seeing Snake Eyes Poplar at currently, let me filter to Germany. Did that work? No. $50. $50 for a Poplar, which is a lot of money for an ultra rare that you only play 2 copies of, right? I can't help but think in the context of this set, without it having any huge cash money secret rares, right? I can't help but think that's somewhat reasonable. Which it feels weird to even say it, like unironically. Like it's like I would love to tell you, hey, people only play 2 of this and it's an ultra rare, so it's probably gonna go down. But I don't think that's that realistic. Like because the deck is by far the best deck. I think that's what it's looking like. We're gonna test that next week. In the next couple of weeks, we're gonna play a lot of these decks, IRL, right? So we're gonna find out how relevant it really is. But from the looks of it, both Poplar and Promethean Princess, which is also looking at almost the same price tag, also 50 almost, right? Like both of these cards are incredibly good when it comes to Phantom Nightmare, and even though they are just ultra rares, I don't even know if $50 is too much. Like I don't know. I'm thinking about pre-ordering these just so I have them ready for the Thursday stream. Yeah. Will you pick up VODs? Okay, so I think it's a good question, because I think that's the more interesting part about this set, because we don't really need to talk about whether Poplar and Promethean Princess are going to be good and useful. And to be honest with you, I don't really want this to turn into a discussion of, is this card going to be $40 or 60 or whatever, because I don't think that adds much. I'm not the kind of person to add much into that discussion, right? All I can tell you is that both Poplar and Promethean Princess are incredibly powerful, and if you want them, you're probably going to have to pay a pretty penny for them. And both of those cards, you're probably going to want 2 copies. Even Promethean Princess, I've seen a lot of lists that play 2. That's just how it is. Both of these cards are going to be more commonly played at 2 than at 1, I think. So that's that. But that's besides the point. I think something that's more interesting is the stuff that maybe doesn't get as much attention from Phantom Nightmare, right? And that is something like Voiceless Voice, something like Goblin Bikers, something like the Black Goat Laughs, something like VODs, the Eruption Dragon of Extinction, right? Those kind of cards, they're up here. But I feel like what's on everyone's mind is the Snake Eye and the Princess. But these other cards are also potentially worth checking out and getting, right? So Low, the Prayers of the Voiceless Voice, for example, is currently, barring any quarter centuries, the most expensive card in the set. It's the most expensive card in the set because the Voiceless Voice archetype is looking to be interesting for a lot of people. It's kind of ironic and a little sad that the reason why I think people are so interested in Voiceless Voice is because it's looking to be a quote-unquote cheaper option than Fire King. At the same time, Low being the most expensive card in the set kind of counteracts that. I'm not gonna lie, that's not the greatest thing for people that were hoping to play Voiceless Voice as like a budget option to the Snake Eye decks, but still. As to whether picking up Low is good right now or not, whether it's a good idea to pick this thing up at 60. I don't want to mess around with that. I don't want to be the guy to give you guys those predictions, because I've historically been wrong. As an example, I've told you guys that I think $8 for a Magnamut was outrageous. So please take my talk about card prices with a huge grain of salt. You know, it's for good reason. People in my chat always asks me what I would do, and then they do the complete opposite. So, you know. But I think that Voiceless Voice is a capable strategy that is going to be worse than the Fire decks, but it is going to be a viable option. Exactly how viable is something that I myself still have to find out. I'm going to probably get those cards. It's not going to be the first thing that I'm going to test after Phantom Nightmare drops, but it's on the list. It's on the list of things that I'm going to be testing in the upcoming, I want to say 2 to 3 weeks, right? Like most of my TCG content in the upcoming weeks after Phantom Nightmare is going to be me building decks for the new format and then trying them on stream against different people with other meta decks, right? So you can expect a lot of this sort of content on Twitch, and a decent portion is probably also going to make it onto YouTube. But yeah, we're going to try this deck. I think this deck is interesting. I think the deck is good. Whether it is $60 for low good, I have my doubts. But at the same time, one thing you do have to understand is that when a set ever drops that does not have as many good secret rares, that usually increases the value of some of the secret rares, because from a supply and demand perspective, this is once again me yapping about card prices that I don't understand anything about, but I think the way it goes is, if there's only very few cards that are good in a set, especially in the secret rare slots, those kind of cards have to carry more value, because otherwise the set just would be completely terrible and people would stop opening it, and then you wouldn't really get singles out there. Is the way I understand it. Like if and it's historically, that's the kind of thing that's been true. Like you think of cards like Baron the Fleur, which was in a set that was basically had nothing good in it. Had nothing good in it except for Baron, and that's why Baron was super, super expensive, I feel like, right? Like it might just be as simple as, yeah, someone in chat is saying it. Few chase cards means chase cards are more expensive. And low, while it is not the best card in Phantom Nightmare, it's definitely the most popular secret rare. That's where this price is from, right? So that's that. Another card that I felt like was worth mentioning is VODs, the Eruption Extinction Dragon or something. I personally think that VODs is a good card even outside of the Ascent archetype, because the Ascent archetype is something that, I want to make that clear, at this point in time is not a viable deck. Ascent is not going to see play after Phantom Nightmare, barring any, like, you can experiment with it, but at top tier meta play, this deck is not going to exist. Which usually means the cards fall off relatively fast after the set drops, right? What happens after the set after is another question, because it could happen that Ascent just gets the most broken support ever, and then it becomes a meta strategy. That is something, whether you want to gamba on that or not is completely up to you, because if it happens and the cards get good, then the cards from Phantom Nightmare are going to go up in value. If the support is bad, the cards are going to go down. So that's literally just a gamba on whether you think they're going to make good support for the deck or not. One thing I will say though is that VODs, the card, outside of the Ascent archetype, I think is a capable hand trap. I think it's a capable hand trap that has a very solid chance to be a side deck card in the future. It depends on the format, of course, and it depends on the decks that are around. But I think VODs is a card that you could side deck in a bunch of formats. Whether you play it with the trap or not is a different question. Maybe you don't play the trap with it. Maybe you play just VODs. The reason why VODs is good, I guess, just because not everyone might have all the context for it. VODs, where is it? Secret Rare, VODs. During the main phase, if this card is in your hand, quick effect, target a card in the field zone. In a field zone, special summon this card to your opponent's field. If you do destroy that card, then you can add to your hand or set an Ashen Continuous Trap from your deck. If this card is sent from your opponent's field to your graveyard, you can destroy all monsters on the field. I think this card is good, and it's genuinely, I think, a good hand trap because it does two things. First of all, it stops a field spell. Which you can get rid of an existing field spell, but you can also get rid of a field spell that searches on activation when they activate it. Like your opponent activates Pearl Rhino, your opponent activates the Vanadium field spell, whatever. You just pop it with VODs. Which at this moment is a 1-to-1 trade, right? You stop their field spell for in trade for giving them the VODs. But I think the cool thing about this whole interaction, which one-on-one interactions with field spells are usually not that great. Even ashing something like a Pearl Rhino, while sometimes being correct, usually doesn't feel great because like ashing a field spell is not great because it doesn't really impact the amount of things your opponent can do because it doesn't interact with their normal summon. Or anything like that. Like a field spell activation is something that doesn't really cost them any resources, but you're using your once per turn Ash Blossom on something that is not once per turn for them. Well, obviously Pearl Rhino, if they have another one, is once per turn, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like ashing a crucial choke point is more important than, or usually better than ashing a field spell. Whereas VODsing a field spell is not just a 1-to-1 trade for the field spell, but it also puts VODs onto your opponent's field, which you might think is a downside. In reality, I think it's a huge upside because as soon as you give your opponent the VODs, your opponent has to worry about two things. The first and obvious thing is, can I still combo without my field spell search, right? Like Vanadium, for example. If I activate my Calarium and it gets VODsed, do I have combo in my hand with 4 cards? If the answer is yes, well, if the answer is no, you basically just win off of that VODs. If the answer is yes and they can keep playing, they also have to think about something else though. Like, this VODs is sitting on my board. Maybe you can even mess up their zones with it, but then the more important thing is this VODs is basically like a time bomb, right? You give this thing to your opponent in defense position. It's only 1500 defense. And when it leaves the field, your opponent's the entire board blows up, right? So they can't link with it. They can't link with it because you are still gonna blow up the board. They can't tribute it for anything. It's very hard to get rid of. And because it's a level 9 monster, it's also almost impossible to overlay with it. Like no one really is going to be able to overlay with a level 9 VODs, right? And so it's, I think, pretty cool that it does these two things, right? And someone in chat said it feels like a win more card, which I'm gonna be honest with you, that this card is the opposite of win more because it's just a generic hand trap. Like that's like saying Ash is a win more card or something like that. This is just a very clear example of a hand trap. It's just a hand trap, essentially. If you look at it in the context of outside Ashen, this is just a generic hand trap that is good against every deck that relies on field spells. Now, the question with VODs is basically, are you gonna, in which environment is this card gonna be worth a side deck slot, right? Because am I gonna side deck VODs against something like current tier limits, which has 3 Pearl Rhinos, which means there's no guarantee that they would draw that. Like, what if my opponent just doesn't open the Pearl Rhino, right? And I think that's where it becomes a little bit situational, right? Then there's other examples that you would always side VODs against. Like, for example, against Runick, you would always side VODs. VODs is you would always side the card against Mannadium because Mannadium's standard combo always involves field spells, right? And so like it would be incredibly strong against Mannadium, for example. I think one way to go about it is you could consider playing side decking VODs in decks that play field spells themselves, because then, worst case, if you draw a dead VODs because your opponent didn't open their field spell, you can at least pop your own field spell to do that thing, right? But I think there's countless of examples of decks where you would definitely side deck VODs, like Mannadium, Runick, maybe even something like Rika with this Colosseum, or the like. Does Rika even have an Omni Negate before you can give them VODs if they go for the Disc Colosseum? No, right? Like, unironically, if you play against Rika, this might be one of the... It's just another insane hand trap against Rika. Because if they go for... If they try to set up the Regulus, you just give them the VODs, that which messes up with their Jasmine zones as well, I'm pretty sure, if you can do it. I'm not sure exactly when. But, like, they now have a VODs that they can't get rid of, and they also don't get the Regulus. Right? Dragon Link... If it ever comes back, searches Boot Sector, which is something that they will always have on their first turn, so VODs would be incredibly good against this. Fire King is another example. The problem with Fire King specifically is that the Fire King Island is often protected by the continuous spell. That's a big issue. It is a big issue, right? That being said, this card to me feels weird because I can see the potential in it. And I could see myself playing this card. At the same time, it is relatively situational, so you need enough matchups where this card is actually like good, you know? Like, even right now, it's like, would I side deck VODs in the current TCG format before Phantom Nightmare? You're like, okay, could side it against Tier, would definitely side it against Runick decks. Rika is very rare these days. Mannadium exists, but it's relatively rare. Fire King is there, but they sometimes have the protection for the island, so I'm not sure about that. So, you know, you see what I'm saying, right? I think this is the type of card that probably shouldn't be worth a lot of money in the beginning, simply because people will have like the Ascent archetype is not going to be that strong, and the uses, it's not going to be certain for when this card is going to be good, but I think eventually it might be. So if this ever drops to a certain number, I think you could think about just picking them up to have them in your quote-unquote hand trap / staple / side deck card arsenal, basically, right? Yeah, and then the Black Goat Laughs is another card that I think is going to be a decent secret rare. It's currently sitting about 20. I'm gonna be honest with you, it could go even lower than that, but it is somewhat reasonable for it to be that. Like, because it's a good card in Labyrinth. Now Labyrinth is looking to be like upper end of tier 2, I think, for Phantom Nightmare. So that card, you know, could be worth the money. And then we have Goblin Bikers, which I personally think Goblin Bikers are gonna go down from here on out. Once again, please don't listen to my advice. Think about it yourself, because I don't want you guys to come in here when for some reason Goblin Bikers are $30 per secret rare in 2 weeks and complain. But I personally don't see Goblin Bikers do anything in the metagame, which in the history of the last couple sets has usually meant that the secret rares would go down to sub $5, and that's kind of where I see Goblin Bikers, right? Metamorphosis is another card that is probably going to be relatively cheap, simply because the card is good, but there's no real application for it yet. No one has found anything with it, and even though people have ideas with it, it's not really seeing... it's not gonna be in the fire deck. That's the main thing, right? Iron Thunder, cheap secret. Horus the Black Flames, cheap secret. What else do we have? Magispector, cool card, but cheap secret. Packbit, also cool card, but cheap secret. Honestly, overall, from a this is what I mean. From a consumer perspective, this set is gonna feel great because there's so many cards in here that are worth experimenting with, like Goblins, like Magispector, like Enigmaster Packbit, like Meow Mine, whatever. But everything is not that expensive. I just like that. I like the ability to pick up cards without spending infinite on them, and then I can try them out. And if they're not the best deck in the format, I'm like, that's not that bad. I didn't spend a fortune on this, right? And I'm kind of looking forward to Phantom Nightmare for that reason. But yeah. What else is there? You know, like in terms of the ultras, what is there like a card you guys want my opinion on? Like what I think about it? Like Meow Mine, I guess we can talk about Meow Mine. Meow Mine. I saw some people ask for it earlier. If a link monster is on the field or in either grave, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon EMP Meow Mine once per turn this way. If a link 2 you control is sent to the grave or banished face up, you can banish this card from your grave or hand, then target a card your opponent controls, return it to the hand. You can only use this effect of EMP Meow Mine once per turn. I think this card is good. And I think that if there is a chance for Sprite to ever do anything, it would be using this card. I like this card because it's a good Sprite extender. It's a good going second card into other, because it gives you a level 2. It makes your SP end boards a lot stronger. You can even play it in other Link Cybers kind of decks, you know. I think Meow Mine is cool. That being said, I don't think it's going to be expensive because like not many people are going to mess around with it. And even the people that do, like it's not a huge chase card, you know? Card is bad because they didn't name it Grenade. Grenade would be better. That's true. Grenade would have been better. Runick Sprite is so back. Runick Sprite is so back, you say. Runick Sprite is so back. I don't know if I would agree with that statement, but it would be something if I were, I'm just saying, in theory, if I were to play Runick Sprite, I would put this card into it. Yes, I would put this card into Runick Sprite if I were to play it. Okay. Yeah. I've seen some experimentation with Psychic Processor. But I'm gonna be honest with you, my gut feeling on this card says that it's not good. Even though I do understand that it has its uses. I think a card that does not, like, it's just historically over the last couple of years, cards that do nothing but special summon other cards from your hand typically aren't very good. The card itself is fine because it's a teleport target, but like, I just don't like the idea of building a deck around a card, like, so that teleport can unbrick my hands. It's nice for Cosmo. It is nice for Cosmo, and Cosmo already plays teleport, but Cosmo, the downside of Cosmo is that it plays a lot of Cosmo cards. So that is that. And the problem with Earth Machines is that it plays a lot of Earth Machines. You see? There's a pattern, right? There's a pattern here that I don't think benefits the viability of this card, unfortunately. I could see this as an option in decks that play teleport anyway. Okay, fair enough. But like, name a deck that plays teleport anyways and is focused around machine, psychic, and cybers monsters. There's none. There's none. And if that's the case, that means that, like, if there's no viable deck that this fits in already, you would have to find a deck that gets viable because of this card. Punk? Yeah, but guess what? Punk has infinite good targets for teleport already. Why am I gonna summon this in Punk? I can just summon Zeamin. Or the one that searches the Punk field spell. Like, it's not gonna make Punk better. What's the other one you guys wanted to know about? There was one more. There was one more you guys kept saying. Which one was it? No, we've talked about mutation. Which one? Which other ones are TCG exclusive that we haven't talked? We've talked about all the TCG exclusive at some point, but which one was the flu spell I've talked about? The flu spell is solid. You probably play it in flu if you play flu, but you shouldn't still. The swallow spell is fine. No, I guess we had everything. I don't see anything that I wanted to talk about that I missed. We're still live. Yeah, I do have to get going. But, oh yeah, Earthbound Fusion is cool. Earthbound Fusion is cool. This card is just a common, so it's not really a market thingy, but you can only activate this card during the main phase unless a card is in a field zone. Fusion summon a dark fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from hand or field as material. During your main phase, if a card is in a field zone, you can banish this card from your grave. Special summon an Earthbound monster from hand or graveyard. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except Fusion or Synchro. You can only use this effect of Earthbound Fusion once per turn. This card is good. This card is good. This card is very cool. And the Earthbound cards, I've already said, the Earthbound cards I think have potential. The problem with this card is that the Earthbound Linewalker that searches your field spell or Harmonic Synchro Fusion cannot add this, which is unfortunate. They should have made this guy should have been able to add any Earthbound spell card, but it only searches Earthbound Prison. That's the biggest problem for this card, unironically. Other than that, this card is phenomenal. The only problem is that you can't really search it except for, I think one of the extra deck monsters summons it. But Earthbound's getting a good fusion spell is cool. The most notable thing is that this card can summon Guardian Chimera, which is a big deal for Earthbound decks. The only thing is that, I know that was, some people have asked this over the past couple days in chat. If you want to play this card in Runick Earthbound, I don't think you can, because you simply don't have extra deck space for the fusion monsters is the problem. But this card is pretty good in general. Whether you can cook something with Earthbounds using it is another question, but it is good. Okay. Thank you guys for the last minute subs. Appreciate Shokuho and Legromorph. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for subscribing last minute. Some last minute support. Appreciate you guys. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. It was a little bit more of a chill one. I had fun though. Thank you guys for hanging out. Let me see where I can send you guys to. And then I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Let me see who's live. You know what? I'll send you guys over to Trish. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs as per usual. I have a YouTube video going up later, so stay tuned for that. I have a YouTube video coming up later. So quickly, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel yet, before you go over to Trish, type !YouTube and make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel to not miss the next video. Do me a favor. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. Peace, everybody. Appreciate you.